I'm leaving my terminally ill wife. My wife and I had 6 incredible years together before she was diagnosed with early-onset dementia 3 years ago. She is only 44. She is unrecognizable from the wonderful, vivacious, kind woman I married. That woman was the kind of person that lights up a room. I feel like I no longer know the person I'm married to. Her dementia means her behavior is radically different now and usually unpleasant. She goes through what's known as sundowning, which basically means she becomes incredibly aggressive and hateful in the evening time, or hysterically tearful. Her mood swings are continuous and unpredictable. I have help from family and friends and dementia organizations, but it still doesn't make it bearable. She hardly knows me at best and hates me at worst. I've decided to leave. Not divorce. I need to be there legally to support her medical decisions, but leave the relationship, pay for a carer to support her where I can't, and eventually move her into a facility when that isn't enough. I know I'm evil for leaving, but I can't do this. I can't stand that she no longer loves me, barely even likes me. None of it's her fault. None of it is even her, but I just can't do it. I'm so sorry, B.
What is the most disturbing thing that has ever happened in your area? An elementary school 2 streets away from me. Their class goes on a field trip somewhere on the countryside. One girl complains about stomachache pain. The teachers give her an over-the-counter painkiller and some water and hope for the best. All of a sudden she collapses and starts to scream. Teachers call an ambulance, thinking her appendix is bursting or something. When the ambulance arrives, they quickly come to the conclusion that this 11-year-old girl is giving birth. She gives birth in the ambulance. All the parents get called to pick up their kids. The girl gets sent to the hospital and social services are called. One of the parents apparently leaked it to the local press, and that evening it was already on the national news. My mom heard it all from the neighbors when they picked up their kid. We felt horrible about it and thought that was that. Next day, several vans of TV news channels and newspapers park at the elementary school. If I walked to the end of my garden in my old house, I could see the parking area and the back of the school clearly. Those reporters all started to harass kids when the parents dropped them off at school. What do you think about this? Did you know she was pregnant? Who do you think the father is? The school called the cops. All the vans had to go of the school property, but they just moved them around the corner and waited till school was done and harassed the kids even more. Some fame-hungry parents and kids jumped in front of the camera. Several things got leaked to the press. The girl lived with her dad in a single-parent household with her slightly older half-brother. Their mom was nowhere to be found. She just dropped off the kids one day and went back to her home country. The dad did lose custody over his much older daughter when she was still a minor due to accusations that he forced himself onto her. This older daughter was the half-sister to the little girl. She was at least 25 when this happened and did not live with him, of course. A police officer confirmed on the national news that they were doing DNA testing and the most likely suspect was her half-brother. Both her half-brother, who was still a minor, and her father were held in custody. Due to the siblings sharing obvious DNA and the baby also being related, they had to do some more advanced tests that took longer. Then after a week or two, confirmation came that the father of the girl was also the father of the baby by the national news. The half-sister also confirmed in an interview that the dad forced himself onto her and that she knew he would also do it to the little girl at some point. How and why he had the custody over the 2 kids, nobody knows. The public went feral. The house of this family was in my neighborhood, so I all saw and heard what happened. Windows got smashed, fireworks and smoke bombs thrown into the house. Graffiti was used to tag the house with names among other things. The little girl was taken into custody by social services and adopted out to a family somewhere on the other side of the country along with her daughter. They also got their names changed. The father was charged with 3 years prison time. Parents decided to cancel my 14th birthday party to accommodate my spoiled younger brother. Reinstated it when I told everyone at school. I'm 20 meters, and this happened when I was 14. I have a brother that's about 6 years younger than me. And he was extra coddled by my parents for having been diagnosed with high-functioning autism when he was 4. But other than that, he seems very normal, just unbelievably spoiled. And he used it to get his way a lot. And by a lot I mean nearly all the time. Anything I had, he also had to have. So that meant we had doubles of almost everything that wasn't shared items. And anything he had that I didn't, he'd rub in my face any way he could. When I was 11 I begged my parents for a 3DS for my 12th birthday. I got one, but then was told to lend it to my brother whenever he wanted it, or else I'd have it taken away. Which it was, a lot. When my aunt found out after seeing my parents forcibly take my 3DS out of my hands to give to my brother on one of her visits, she let loose on them for such blatant favoritism. They returned my 3DS immediately, then blamed me for the situation after my aunt left. But they didn't make me give it to my brother again. Instead, my parents went out a few days later and bought another 3DS as a surprise gift for my brother. On several of mine and other people's birthdays, my brother made a huge fuss because the party wasn't all about him. Even going so far as to outright state that he was upset because he wasn't getting any gifts or getting to blow out the candles on the cake. My parents learned the hard way that they couldn't enable my brother the way they'd have liked at those parties. And were actually kicked out of a few for trying. And because of that, other kids at his school stopped inviting him to birthday parties altogether. For me, my birthdays were some of the only days I had that I got to have about me, because otherwise my parents forced my life to revolve around my little brother. And a year prior to when this story took place, my parents ended up paying more attention to him the entire time of my 13th birthday. And even asked me if I'd let my brother blow out my candles for me because he was upset and pouting. I refused because I wanted to blow out my own candles. They called me a spoiled brat at first, till my aunt intervened and chastised them on their favoritism yet again. And stated how much she had noticed how my brother gets nearly everything between the two of us just because he's autistic. My parents got no support from anyone else there other than my brother, who was still crying because he wasn't getting to blow out my candles. And because he didn't get his way, he tried to outright spit on my cake out of spite. But my awesome aunt thankfully blocked him before he got the chance. Then scolded him till he ran to my mom in tears. My parents took a lot of heat from the other adults there, and then promised to never ask me to let my brother blow out my candles again. But they pretty much just went through the motions for the rest of the party. My aunt pretty much took over coordinating everything from that point. The following year, a couple of weeks before my birthday, my parents sat me down and told me they were still going to get me some gifts and a small cake, but my birthday party was effectively cancelled to avoid my brother having another meltdown. I told them I couldn't believe they were doing this to me, and they just seemed to shrug it off without a care. So at school over the next week I told my friends, my teachers, and even my school counselor. All of them were appalled by my parents' lack of consideration or empathy. The vice principal even found out and consoled me. And all of this got back to my parents through social media. My parents ended up grounding and gaslighting me for telling so many people. But that didn't stop me from still telling everyone at school that I was grounded for just being upset. My birthday was cancelled for no good reason. I guess that made it a lot worse because several of my parents' own friends along with parents to other kids in my school called them up or sent them FB messages basically saying what the hell is wrong with you. And suddenly I was ungrounded. I didn't get an apology either. My dad just walked into my room with his arms crossed, told me my grounding was over early, and then walked out. That was it. I thought my party was still cancelled because nobody said anything about it. And my brother thought it hilarious and rubbed it in my face that I wasn't going to get to celebrate. But by the end of the 2 weeks my parents held a surprise party for me at my favorite restaurant. And then started claiming that was their intent all along. I knew it wasn't. From what I'd seen, everyone was incredibly unhappy with them for what they did. And it showed with any interactions family members had with my parents. So they ended up doing the surprise party to try and save what little of their reputations they had left. But I'm pretty sure they had to pay through the nose that day to just accommodate me. I got dinner with all my friends at my favorite restaurant that had a small arcade. And even got the PS4 game system I'd been jonesing for at the time. I could tell it was all pretty much planned and bought last minute, because my dad had a look about him that my aunt comically described as looking like a moth had flown out of his wallet. My brother of course made a huge fuss that I got that surprise party. But with so many of my friends and their parents there, my mom and dad finally put their feet down on my brother to stop his tantrum when he wanted to push my cake off the table. My brother ended up getting a timeout for the first time since he was a toddler, and my mom had to stay with him to make sure he didn't do anything crazy. And he did try several times to run to the cake or stack of presents. Who knows what he would have done were it not for the fact at least. One adult was always on guard. Even my dad stood guard to keep him away. My mom ended up having to remove my brother and herself from the party entirely and took my little bro to a McDonald's nearby so he could have fun in their play area. And I heard later she spent at least an hour trying to get him to come out of the playplace tube structure. And he only did so because he had to use the bathroom, then tried to run right back in again. My parents never tried to cancel my birthday again while I lived with them. Though they never again tried as hard or spent as much. For the remaining 4 years I was under their roof, my birthday parties consisted of a local pizza parlor, a cake without even my name written on it, and never again anything as expensive as a new gaming system. I don't mean to sound spoiled. But I was a bit disappointed I never got a cake with my name on it again. My aunt called my parents out on that each year, and each year they claimed they forgot to get the cake decorated. I'm pretty sure that the reason my name was never written on another cake was because my brother always refused to eat pieces of cake that had writing of someone else's name on it at any party. And they couldn't put his name on any of my cakes, or it would have looked very bad for them. But the fact that I still got a day that was just about me at all and not my brother was still fantastic in my book. Especially because just about everything else revolved around him. During each of my remaining birthday parties while still living at home my brother made a fuss, and my mom took him somewhere else to calm him down. I was still required to share my PS4 with my brother. But it was still mine. And I took it with me when I moved out at 18. Little bro did not like that, and had a huge fit till my parents went out and bought another PS4 for him. When I moved out they finally had to deal with how they'd raised my brother so spoiled because I wasn't there to help them with him anymore. On his recent 14th birthday he went mental on our parents for not getting him a PS5. He is now currently grounded for I don't know how long after causing hundreds or maybe even thousands in collateral damage during his rampage. He picked up a chair and just started destroying anything that was in front of him with it. And my parents just looked mentally checked out when I saw them last. My aunt has also told me they confided in her that they wish they could send my brother to military or boarding school in the future because they can't handle the monster they created anymore. But there's no way they can afford that. I'd be lying if I said I didn't find it ironically funny. I, 35 male, was incarcerated and lost touch with, 33 female. It's been over 10 years, would it be wrong to contact her? When I was a university student, I fell in love with Daria. She was the little sister of my best friend, so I considered her off limits, but my crush on her persisted and grew. She's one of those beautiful, brilliant people who is alive and breathing to make the world a better place. How could I not be drawn to that? One day, she told me she had feelings for me and to my relief my best friend didn't have a problem with me dating his sister either. So for 2 wonderful years, Daria was my girlfriend. I should have asked her to marry me. I don't know why I didn't. I suppose I thought I had all the time in the world. We were young and there was no need to rush things. We lived in a country that isn't exactly democratic, and we were political activists. I ended up getting arrested and going to prison for 9 years. Please don't think I'm some kind of monster for this. I don't want to go into detail in case it makes me identifiable somehow. But we didn't hurt anyone or do anything immoral. What we did is not even illegal in the country where I currently live, and our beliefs were far from extremist. I haven't seen or spoken to Daria since the day I got arrested. My best friend shortly after, and Daria left the country. Partly due to the possibility that she'd be arrested too. There wasn't any way for her to contact me while I was in prison. Though apparently she contacted my dad a few times in the beginning, things got even worse in our country while I was incarcerated, so my dad and I emigrated when I was released. We've been living in Western Europe ever since, and life is pretty okay. I live with my dad, and I have a steady job. Months ago, I found Daria online. She lives in a neighboring country, 7 hours away by rail. She doesn't use social media too much, but from what I've seen there's no evidence of a partner or kids, and even if she's married, I'd be content just to be her friend, as I was for the first years we knew each other. Part of me desperately wants to reach out to her, and my dad has been encouraging me to do so, but I feel like it'd be too selfish. The circumstances of her brother's death were very traumatic for her, and I'm afraid that I'm just a living reminder of all the bad things that happened to us. And if she does have a partner, would my contacting her offend him and trouble their relationship? I don't want to cause her any more sadness. Time stood still for me while I was in prison, but I know it didn't for her or anyone else. She's done so well for herself, she's built a whole life, and I don't want to derail that life just because I feel entitled to a place in it. She might not even remember me at all, and even if she did invite me back into her life, I'd be nothing but a burden now, owing to my wrecked mental health. We've been apart twice as long as I knew her. Have I even the right to miss her as much as I do? For now I've contented myself with Googling her name every so often and seeing that she's okay. It just hurts a lot, and I don't know how to make it not hurt. I still love her with everything I have. I probably always will. Should I reach out to her or leave her alone? If I do contact her, what should I even say?
My stepdaughter wants me to terminate my pregnancy. My husband agrees with her. My husband and I have been together for 14 years. He's 9 years older than me and has 2 kids from his first marriage. Despite wanting it, I've never been able to carry a baby to term. One miscarriage several years ago, near the beginning of our marriage, and nothing since. No rhyme or reason for it, and my husband and I have come to terms with the fact that we won't add to the family. I was sad, but things have been tough financially the last few years, so I consoled myself that it's for the best. Until, the week before my 35th birthday, I realized my period was late. I get a positive test and I'm honestly over the moon, if you'll excuse the cliché. My husband is excited but wants us to wait to tell the family, which I agree with. I know the statistics and I don't want to have to be fielding constant questions if I miscarry. Both of my stepkids are what you might call failure to launch. Neither have gone to college and seem happy living at home or with my mother-in-law, who's much more permissive than I am. My drama with my mother-in-law could fill a whole just no mother-in-law database. When I first became engaged to my now husband, I made it clear that I loved the kids and wanted to be a good mom. In retaliation to the first time my stepson called me mom, mother-in-law ignited a campaign of terror against me, using the kids as a weapon. Among other things, she paid them $10 every time they said something mean to me and bragged about it to the rest of the family. So the relationship I have with them has been definitely strained at times and we missed a lot of years of bonding, but it's improved as they've gotten older and floated outside of her sphere of direct influence. I know they'll never see me as their mom at this point, but I'm happy with the relationship we've managed to scrape together despite it all. Or at least I was happy with it. So here I am, pregnant, happy, and planning a new piece to our life that I hadn't dared to hope for in 6 years. I let myself dream a little and went to a baby store where I cried a little bit and ended up buying a soft gray blanket and a tiny pair of shoes. Later that same day, I had to unexpectedly pick my stepdaughter up from work. Cool, fine, no big deal. I stopped to get gas and when I came back out, she's giving me the weirdest look. So are you like pregnant or something? She dug into the bag when I was out of the car. I could have lied easily and said it was for a friend, but why would I want to lie about it? I asked her if she could keep a secret, she promised she could, and I confirmed. Needless to say, it wasn't the happiest of responses. She just said, "Oh. Wow, that's weird," and was quiet the rest of the ride home. To say I was a bit deflated was an understatement, but she doesn't necessarily have to be happy about it. Me and my husband still can be, all on our own. Even if nobody else celebrates, we can. A few days later and everything else is going along just fine. I'm counting down the days until the ultrasound. Everything seems good until my stepson decides to show me a chat between him and my stepdaughter where she was talking about how gross it is that I'm pregnant. It's embarrassing. Everybody's going to assume it's actually her kid when we're out together and some other not very nice things. When she's back home later, I come out to talk to her while she's watching TV with my husband. I'm trying to be chill but my brain is going a million miles a minute. I asked her how she felt about the baby and she responded with an eye roll. I ask again, and tell her that I really want to know because it impacts her life, too. She's starting to get irritated with me. She says she's tired and had a long day and could I just drop it? Maybe this is where I misstepped, but no, I can't drop it now. I keep asking her to talk, she keeps refusing, until she finally decides to drop a bomb. You should just get a termination because this whole thing is effing weird. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked at this point. I knew that she wasn't delighted, but, damn, that's a whole other level. It was like getting smacked in the face with a sock full of nickels. I start crying, thanked her for being honest like an idiot, and then left the room. A little while later, my husband comes into the room where I'm sobbing my guts out. I assume he's going to try to comfort me or at least give me more context to soften the blow, which he does a lot when one of the kids say something awful to me. He sits down, puts his arm around me, and opens with, "Maybe we should consider it." He must have seen it in my eyes because he rushes on with how happy he is, but we're not really in the best place financially, but he just started a new job, but it's hard enough with the 2 kids already, but the kids aren't on board, but. I told him over my dead body was a baby that I've wanted for 14 effing years is getting terminated over that. It's a miracle baby, not a contestant to be voted off the island. I said some other things that I'm not proud of, stuffed some clothes in a bag, and came to my parents' house. I've been here for 3 days now and nobody has reached out to me. Not a peep. I just don't even know where to go from here. I feel like I'm surrounded by insane people that are all just looking out for their own interests. At least my parents are excited, I guess. I can't say that I am anymore. My stepdaughter wants me to terminate my pregnancy. My husband agrees with her. After what my husband said, I didn't want to see him at all. I had no desire after his confession. My radical act of self-care was ensconcing myself in my childhood bedroom, eating lots of potato chips and watching too much Animal Planet. My parents, at least, were absolutely delighted over the pregnancy. I'm an only child and my mom had always wanted more but had infertility problems, too. They went with me to my first ultrasound. They cried with me. They bought me a cake. My dad carved a little pumpkin with an amorphous blob on it that looked suspiciously like that weird, amazing amorphous blob on the sonogram screen. It was sweet. The day after the scheduled ultrasound and about 2 weeks of radio silence, I received a text from my husband saying that we need to talk, and I advised him that he could come talk to me in person. We chose to meet at a neutral public location as my parents didn't really want his face darkening their doorstep, and I agreed because I didn't want him tracking figurative shit all over my safe place. So, we talked, or rather, I talked. I informed him of how hurt I was, mostly by his agreement with my stepdaughter. He said he understood. I informed him that I would not be terminating for the comfort of an overgrown toddler. He nodded his head sagely. I informed him how the ultrasound went. He looked interested. I informed him that he and his children would be moving out of my house within 30 days. He was somewhat less in agreement at this point. He had let me stew for days and days by myself. I'm not sure if his tactic was to let me suck myself into an anxiety vortex, as I'm wont to do, and come crying back, as I have before. I wanted them out of my house. The house that I bought before our marriage, the house that was in only my name. Those bricks were designed to hold happiness, not petty comments and miserable people disguising their own black hearts, with my tendency to see the best in them. It was mine, and, as selfish as I'm sure someone will tell me it was mine alone to fill as I chose. And I no longer chose them. Around the time my husband and his kids moved their last box out, an ultrasound confirmed that my baby didn't survive. To say I was devastated would be an understatement, but at least I had my own space to grieve. Not only for my baby but for the family and marriage that had been my life for almost 15 years. I am sad and discouraged and more than a little hollow, but I'm no longer held down by 300+ pounds of dead weight in my home. Update 2, my stepdaughter wants me to terminate my pregnancy. My husband agrees with her. After I unceremoniously and ferociously kicked my husband and his 2 children to the curb, they moved back in with my mother-in-law. She was a controlling, cold person, who literally freaking paid them to be a-holes towards me in the hopes of splitting me up with my husband, and was overall an entitled bitch. She died 8 weeks later due to a car striking her down. I chuckled at the news like the Joker after finding out that the Batmobile broke down. I found it darkly ironic, since if she'd been sent to the Shadow Realm at any other point in our 15-year relationship, we might still be married today. As far as I know, my ex-husband and his kids are still living in that same house, as it's now his. According to his Facebook, he's had a few relationships but nothing seems to stick. He complained about one of the women he was seeing tying him and blindfolding him in bed, only to steal some jewelry and money from his wallet. Since his children were adults and we had little shared assets, our divorce was declared legal almost a year to the day after I filed. I'd honestly expected my ex to put up more of a fight, but it seems that the old hag being put in a pack took it out of him. I guess I can't say that she never did anything good for me. After all of this, I had no desire to seek another relationship. I was happy licking my own wounds alone, trying to piece together where it all went so sideways. The universe seemed to have other plans when I randomly ran into my soon-to-be ex-husband at the grocery store about a month and a half before my divorce was finalized. He looked like total crap and we briefly said hello. He stopped me and asked me how things were doing. In a desperate attempt, he asked me out to dinner one last time for old time's sake. Being dumb in the moment, thinking what could go wrong, I agreed. That meetup turned into a sleepover after a good few glasses of wine at each end. My soon-to-be ex-husband started looking very desirable and in a moment of weakness, I invited him to sleep over at mine. We then proceeded to have intimacy, raw, multiple times. We talked a lot in the morning. 3 weeks later I saw 2 little pink lines on a dollar store pregnancy test. I have no clue what to do now and no one to blame but myself.
Am I the jerk for hiding baby food from my girlfriend? My girlfriend was getting ready to feed our 6-month-old son, and put the food down to run to the bathroom. When she came back she asked where the food and spoon went, and I shrugged my shoulders. I put it in a cabinet, and laughed a little bit to myself as she looked all over for it. When she went to the bathroom to see if she set it down in there, I pulled it out of the cabinet and put it on the counter. My girlfriend came back in and looked around again, and must have missed it on the counter. I pointed it out and she said what I swore I looked in here already. She kept asking if I moved it and I kept saying no. She sat down and started feeding our son and randomly started crying, saying how mentally exhausted she was. I started rubbing her back and confessed to hiding the baby food. She got up immediately and left our son there in the high chair. I finished feeding him, then grabbed him and asked what her problem was. She started going off about how that wasn't funny, and all I did was make her feel like she was losing her mind even more. I felt bad and told her it was just a joke, and she kept saying it wasn't funny and to leave her alone. She was honestly being pretty rude about it and wouldn't even talk to me much since then. I feel bad that she was crying, but I also feel like she was being very rude considering it was just a joke. My partner wants to open our relationship and I'm not comfortable with it. Is this normal? I apologize if this seems a bit scattered. I'm currently taking medication, which has led to heightened emotions. I really need to get this off my chest, and I can provide more clarification if necessary. Sorry again for any confusion. To give some background, I met a person named Liam, name changed, on a dating app about 10 months ago. Our first date went really well, but things took a turn for the worse in the weeks that followed. I tend to overshare, and that's what happened regarding my previous relationships. I shared details about experiences I had in the past, both positive and negative. Unfortunately, it seemed to impact our own relationship negatively. I mentioned that my first adult relationship was extremely abusive and how I still carried some trauma from it. Since then, Liam has been pushing me to prove these claims, and he even plans to ask my ex if it really happened. I left out a lot of details, but he brings it up whenever he's upset with me. The main issue I have is that he constantly wants explicit photos and videos of me or wants someone else to take them. His behavior is triggering my fight or flight response because he intentionally tries to act like my ex, as he believes it makes me more compliant with his demands. Fast forwarding to the present, I am currently in the hospital, 24 hours after undergoing major surgery, and I have been told that I can't engage in intimate activities for at least 8 weeks. Upon hearing this, Liam suggests we open up our relationship, so other women can please him. He also mentions how I haven't been satisfying him and implies that I should have made sure he was taken care of before my surgery. He criticizes me for not making him lunch or dinner, and he asks what he is supposed to do while I am in the hospital for 8 weeks. He mentions how I should have been bringing him lunch to work every day before now and even suggests that I should have performed intimate acts on him in the back of my truck during his breaks. Now that I am unable to have sex, he claims he has needs, comparing me to my abusive ex, insinuating that I would have done anything my ex wanted without hesitation. I am extremely uncomfortable with the idea of opening up our relationship. Liam already gets jealous when we're in public and other men compliment me or when I spend time with my friends without texting him constantly. Opening the relationship would only give him the opportunity to compare me and my abilities to someone else. Edit. Thank you so much for your supportive words and tough love. 1. I am not considering staying in this relationship. I have recently come to terms with the fact that the person I initially fell for was probably just putting on a facade. I am currently trying to figure out my exit plan. I had to accept that this is who he truly is, and the person he presented to me initially is not coming back. 2. I apologize if my replies don't make much sense. The painkillers I've been taking have been making me drowsy, and I've been falling asleep while writing responses. Update. My partner wants to open our relationship and I'm not comfortable with it. Is this normal? Hey everyone, sorry in advance for this ramble. I'm back at work because I ran out of vacation time. A lot of things have been happening lately, but I can't share all the details to protect my identity. If I find a way, I'll give a second update. So, Liam and I haven't officially broken up yet, but it seems like it's heading in that direction very soon. Sadly, I haven't mustered the courage to end things, but lately he has been asking for proof of my ex and wants me to hang out with him after work for as long as possible. However, he refuses to come to my parents' house, even though it's on his way to and from work. He keeps insisting that what he's asking for is simple, and now he's giving me the silent treatment. On top of that, I'm working 10-hour shifts, feeling terrible, and school has started again. As a fun fact, I'm studying to be a doctor. The last thing I want to hear is Liam complaining about his 7-day work weeks and how offensive it is when I don't bring him lunches. His comments are making it easier for another woman to catch his attention when I'm exhausted at 4 a.m., running on coffee and spite. It's frustrating. I've started therapy again, and my therapist is excited to help me navigate through all this. He's glad I'm back to talk about the old wounds that have been ripped open. I should have clarified in my previous post that my past relationships ended well, without toxicity. We broke up because of life circumstances or changes in goals, and there wasn't a significant age gap like there is with Liam and my abusive ex, who was almost 10 years older than me when I was 18 and he was 28. Those previous relationships lasted a maximum of 6 years. Interestingly, my first love from middle and high school is back in my life. We dated on and off, and we even lived together for a while. We broke up when he joined the army and I moved away for college. Also, a really nice resident at the hospital where I work asked if we could meet up for coffee tonight. It's nice to be reminded that I am an attractive woman who can attract men. Liam's constant reminders that women are eager to be with him, while I supposedly don't measure up, have really taken a toll on me. I need to remember who I am, a resilient woman who worked hard to graduate with a degree in mortuary science and is now striving to be one of the best physicians in the future. When Liam and I break up, I honestly won't be looking for anything new. I just don't have the time. As I'm writing this, I'm on my first overnight rotation at work, and the silence of not having someone blowing up my phone and threatening to leave is surprisingly calming. Instead, I'm sending funny memes to friends in Florida and my 2 friends who decided to stay up with me as a sign of solidarity. I appreciate this change. Just to clarify, this is my house. My parents moved back in to support me during my recovery and my first few weeks back at work since I didn't have much time to recover. I moved in with Liam because of personal and family reasons. Now, I'm back to driving only 10 minutes to work instead of 52, and I'm wondering why we didn't move into the house that was initially given to me in the first place.
I have been on a few dates with a trans person. Is there any acceptable way to ask if they have had bottom surgery? We met on Hinge and have been on 4 dates so far. They have all gone really well. On our first date we spent the night at a local gay bar watching drag, not my first option. Let me preface, I am not gay. I am straight, but there is just something about her that captivates my attention. A few dates go by and she suggests the next date we have dinner and watch a movie at my house. So it's going to include some Netflix and chill for sure. Seeing as intimacy is now a possibility, I feel like I need to know whether or not she has had bottom surgery. I have no intentions in exploring my sexuality. She is lucky I am even dating her. The people that are willing to fish her out of the sea are low. They take one look and throw her back in. She is the hottest girl that has ever been interested in me, so I said I'd take one for the team. On the condition that everyone thinks she's a real girl. Things are getting blue down there, and like any normal man I have needs. But as I said, having intimacy with someone who has a PP is a definite hard boundary for me, and I think it would be better to ask her now than to risk the chance of having to turn her down at my house. I'm rooting for her womanhood. I can't stop thinking about how amazing it must look after being perfectly crafted for her body. Unused and tightly packaged. What more could a man want? Edit, she has a PP. I dated a narcissist for almost 10 months, and since our breakup, I've been slowly ruining his life by exposing who he really is. For some context, I dated a narcissist for almost 10 months. He cheated on me the whole time, was emotionally abusive, and an alcoholic. After I helped him move all weekend, he decided to dump me on the drive to his new place to drop off the remainder of his things and threatened to leave me on the side of a highway. All of my things were at his place and I didn't even have my car keys. We also had a business intertwined together, and I got screwed out of money as well. If you've ever been with a narcissist, there are signs that they suck from very early on. He's one of those guys that claims all of his exes are crazy and loves to be the victim in any situation. His ex-girlfriend of a couple of years lived in my same apartment complex, and we had a lot of mutual friends in common, so naturally I reached out to her because I needed to know the truth about him to validate my experiences and make sure I had the strength to never go back, as I knew he'd come back around. It was worse than I thought. He cheated on her for 5 years, was physically and emotionally abusive, and screwed her out of close to $20,000 when she moved out. Whenever he was on vacation, she would have women from other states reaching out to her in her DMs saying things like her boyfriend slept with their roommate. She is now one of my best friends. For legal reasons, we still had to be in communication, and I wanted to make sure that I got some of the money that I was owed. I played his game well enough to get some money. After I went no contact, things were okay for a couple of months. But after his roommate's ex-girlfriend reached out to me and told me more of the awful things that he did behind my back and the awful things that he was saying about me, I decided I didn't want to keep quiet anymore. The only thing men like him care about is his reputation, so I made it my personal responsibility to ruin that. I put him on blast to a group of 50,000 women in this city, letting them know the kind of man that he is. That he is abusive, a cheater, a manipulative piece of crap, and that he's had 4 STIs in less than 6 months. I have him blocked on every platform imaginable, and he's been threatening to sue me through mutual friends for defamation for months. Lol. I've had over 24 women reach out to me after that post letting me know that they too also had terrible experiences with him. Many of them even dated him the same time that I did. Every time I grab coffee or drinks with one of them, they post on their Instagram story and tag me in it to let him know that they know everything. After he freaks out and sends them some crazy message, they block him. I've been doing this for months so that way he knows that his reputation is still being slandered by me simply telling the truth. After I made that post, he decided to low-key stalk me. He appeared at the place that I worked out at the exact same times I'd be there, and even showed up at the guy I was dating's apartment complex the same time we were there. So I told all my friends at the gym exactly what kind of man that he is and made the environment so uncomfortable for him that he no longer goes there. One of the girls that he dated when we were together is now a regular workout partner of mine. At least he has great taste in women. Another girl that I know came up to me crying at a bar because he SA'd her. I now have an army of women to support her case to make sure that she wins. This man might have treated all of us horribly, but I have made amazing women friends in the process, and none of us have to go through what he did to us all alone. I ruined his reputation by telling the truth. Silence only protects men like him, so I decided to be as loud as possible about the kind of person that he is.
What happened to Notch, the guy who invented Minecraft? Before he started going by Notch, Marcus Persson was interested in video games, having worked on them since childhood. He created a game called Ruby Dung, which was never publicly released and is now entirely lost outside of a few screenshots. However, based on the code from Ruby Dung, Notch began working on another game, Minecraft, using many of Ruby Dung's backgrounds as items in the new game. He worked on Minecraft along with various other programmers after its initial release in 2009, and in late 2011, he formed the company Mojang to organize the development of Minecraft and stepped down as lead designer. Throughout this period, Notch was involved in, and famous among the Minecraft community. Beyond his role as the creator of Minecraft, he was also referenced in urban legends such as Herobrine. According to a series of extremely popular anonymous posts and videos, Notch's dead brother, Herobrine, haunted the world of Minecraft, and could be found by creating a world with empty as the seed. Although he wasn't involved in the creation of the Herobrine legend, Notch was famous enough among the Minecraft community to be written into it as the ghost's brother. In 2014, Mojang was sold to Microsoft for $2.5 billion, making Notch a billionaire, after which he stopped working on the game. Nevertheless, the game still included many references to Notch, such as messages mentioning him by name on the main menu. The drama begins with Gamergate. Gamergate was a large number of video game fans who decided they didn't like the presence of women, minorities and politics in their video games, and began harassing various people they considered SJWs online, especially developer Zoe Quinn. In June 2017, Notch went on Twitter and responded to a comment by Quinn about Gamergate saying what a effing idiot. He followed this up with a series of tweets about how he didn't support Gamergate necessarily, but they seemed cool enough. He also called himself strongly anti-SJW, and replied sure thing, feminist when someone argued with him. None of this went over well with his fans. This was followed by a tweet about how there should be a straight Pride Month. And anyone who disagreed should to be unalived, which was quickly followed by a half-hearted apology. Shortly afterwards, he tweeted out very prejudiced stuff heavily associated with hate groups. It's unclear if Notch knew this, but it wasn't a good look after everything else. Then came the end. In 2019, Microsoft removed all references to Notch in-game, and later that year, he was specifically not invited to the game's 10th anniversary celebration. Microsoft has since done their best to pretend he doesn't exist, outside of a mention of his name in the game's credits. In the Minecraft community, meanwhile, Notch is almost never mentioned outside of the context of his Twitter meltdowns. When other popular games are associated with a single developer, that developer will usually be pretty beloved in the game's fandom. Notch, though, never seems to come up, in spite of the incredible popularity of Minecraft. The widespread dislike for Notch also started an urban legend involving his $70 million house, that it includes an entire wall of candy, all of which rotted because no one ever visits him and none of it got eaten. Is it true? Well, Notch would like you to know that it definitely isn't, and he doesn't even eat candy. My transphobic coworker keeps dead-naming my colleague. My boss was enraged and got her fired. I have managed John, a transgender man, for about 2 years. John does not keep his transgender status a secret, but he also doesn't go out of his way to tell people, so some people know and some don't. Lizzie recently transferred to a department that works closely with ours. She previously did not know that John was trans, but now that she's interacting with him much more often, she's found out. At first, she didn't seem to have an issue with it, but then she discovered some articles he'd published while still going by Sally, and now she insists on calling him Sally. She claims that she has no problem with trans people, but that she feels it's important to call John by the name he was given at birth out of respect for his mother. John's mother does not work for our company, and to the best of my knowledge, she and Lizzie have never met. John and I have both asked her to stop, but she refuses. On John's request, I have also gone to her manager, but Lizzie has a very domineering personality and her manager avoids confrontation, so I don't think he said anything to her. Not only is Lizzie's insistence on dead-naming John offensive, it is confusing because many people don't understand who she's talking about when she mentions Sally. I've tried casually correcting her at the moment as if I thought she was making a mistake, and John has outright refused to answer to the name Sally, but she keeps saying that it's disrespectful to his mother to use a name she didn't choose for him. John complained to HR, but they said that because she was not explicitly harassing him for being trans, they couldn't do anything. In retaliation, John has now started exclusively calling Lizzie Elizabeth. There is another Elizabeth in the office, and if there's any confusion over which Elizabeth he's talking about, John uses Lizzie's maiden name, rather than her married name. Lizzie hates this, and has complained to him, me, and half the office, but he says that it's out of respect for her mother. I apologize to him for not being proactive enough with this problem and for underestimating just how offensive Lizzie's actions were, reiterated that I was on his side, told him that I was setting up a meeting with Lizzie and her manager for later that day, and asked what he wanted to do and what he wanted me to do. He admitted that although he was joking about it, he was upset by Lizzie constantly dead-naming him, so in addition to needing her to stop, he would rather not work with her anymore, or at least work with her as little as possible. I also told him that I was willing to make a big stink about both Lizzie's actions and HR's inaction towards my boss, Lizzie's grand boss, and the higher-ups in HR, but that I wanted to make sure he was comfortable with being explicitly identified as being transgender and experiencing transphobic harassment. He said he was worried about escalating the issue himself because he didn't want to come off as pushy or overly sensitive, but that he did want me to do it. I set up a meeting with Liz's boss and I said that Lizzie's offensive behavior towards John had gone on way too long and that she needed to immediately stop calling him any name other than John. She tried to say that she had no problem with transgender people and that it was a matter of respect for his mother, but I interrupted her and said that John's mother and her feelings were irrelevant and that she was being deeply disrespectful to John, who is actually her coworker and thus actually needed her respect. I also said that it didn't matter how she felt about trans people or if she didn't intend to be transphobic. Purposely calling John by his dead name was a transphobic action and it needed to stop, and that until I could trust her to treat him with respect, she was not to attend any of our team meetings and any workflow that would normally pass between her and John would go through me first and I would pass on the information. Her boss spoke for the first time then and said that sounded like it might make us miss deadlines on some of our tighter turnarounds, which I agreed was true, but given that Lizzie refused to use John's name, I felt I had an ethical duty to prevent her from speaking to him at all, not to mention that allowing her to continue harassing him would open us up to litigation. I tried to say this all as matter-of-factly as possible, so it would be clear that I didn't care how Lizzie actually felt about mothers or trans people, and that I wasn't asking for suggestions on what should be done. After that meeting, I emailed my team and explained that due to Lizzie's outrageous and offensive behavior, I was changing our procedures so that she and John would no longer have direct contact and that they should expect some delays in communication between her and our team. I also apologized for having allowed her to behave in such a blatantly transphobic fashion for close to a month, which should never have been tolerated at all, and explained that I had told her that she had to stop immediately, so if she referred to John as Sally again, they should let me know, either by forwarding me an email if it was in writing or by documenting the incident if it were over the phone or video chat, and should also feel free to tell her that she was being offensive and needed to stop. This is when things get satisfying. My boss was included in the email to my team, and he called me about half an hour later asking about it. Once I explained what had been happening, he said that was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard and set up a meeting for the two of us with the head of HR for the next day. I asked John if he wanted to come and he said he'd rather not and he trusted me to take care of it. The head of HR agreed that this was outrageous and that HR should never have tolerated it. A week later, Lizzie got fired. Then the HR rep who had said this wasn't explicitly transphobic got fired about a week and a half later. Lizzie's boss had to go through some pretty extensive management training and there's talk that he may transfer into a position without any direct reports. The entire HR department did training on LGBT issues. The entire company got an anonymous survey asking if we had ever been harassed or felt that we were the victim of discrimination in the workplace, and the head of HR personally apologized to John for the first HR rep's mishandling of the case and encouraged him to come to her if he ever felt harassed based on his gender identity.
My father's crazy girlfriend wants to take a family heirloom to buy a new car. So we found a friend that she owed money to and drove him to her house. My dad, who died 3 years ago, had a crazy girlfriend I call Clara. She was a scumbag with us. She didn't let my father communicate with us and made us feel unwelcome in our dad's own house. One time, she drove over my dog and made it limp that we had to pay a huge amount for medication. She refused to pay for any damages. After my father died, she tried to obtain info about us through common friends of Dad. We asked them to say nothing about us to her because she was just so awful. But obviously, respect for personal space wasn't one of her strong features. Well, she decided to show up at my dad's house, bother my sister, tell her that we were family, and ask her if her heart was so kind to give her the gold ring my dad got from my grandfather because she needs to buy a new car. My sister was very disturbed and only managed to say that she would talk to us about the matter. Clara gave her new address, if we wanted to go see her, and left. When my sister told us the matter, we agreed to gather and talk. So we decided to go to the restaurant owned by one of Dad's best friends, Lou. Lou was happy to see us, and we shared great stories about Dad. Suddenly, Clara's name came up, and Lou told us that when she worked there, she asked for some money using Dad's and Lou's bond, which he never gave back. Back then, Dad started to pay back, but he died, so Lou gave up on the money owed, about $1,500 used. I laughed and asked Lou if he would like to ask Clara for the money. He said he was remodeling, so the money would be very useful. I asked Lou only one condition: I would drive him to Clara's home. We gathered the next weekend, took the ring and Lou with us, asking him to wait in the car until I called him. Clara was so happy to see us, and asked if we brought her what she asked. I said, yes, and showed the ring, but I'm going to give you something even better, the opportunity to honor my dad's memory and word. Never contact us again. So I asked Lou to come. Her eyes widened and looked like she wanted to go back inside the house. She looked red and looked at us, but she wasn't able to speak a word. Lou was able to get $200 from her, and based on the agreement she would pay the remaining every month. We did not leave the ring to her, and I hope it is a great lesson for her that we are not family and she could not take anything from my dad anymore.
What is the scariest example of medical negligence you've seen? My grandson was in a car accident when he was 4. He had surgery for a head wound. His mother and baby sister were hospitalized also, so I came to be with him because they had the kids on different floors. As they were transporting him into a pediatric room, I noticed he had a horrible kind of cough. I'm concerned and asked the nurses moving him to let his doctor know. She tells me it's normal, he just needs to cough it up. We are in the room and they had removed his catheter. So ask if he wants to read or play. He says yes, gets up and he starts to sway. I caught him, carried him to bed, hit the call button. Nurse comes in, Hess making a raspy noise. She says it's normal after being sedated so long. Another family member gets there to sit with him while I go home, shower and pack a bag for the next couple days. As I was walking in my door 15 minutes later, the family called saying he had quit breathing. I rushed back to the hospital. The nurse had insisted she put drops in the eye he had surgery on. His mom and sister were now in room next door. Instead of letting someone calm him, she chased him out of the playroom. Down the hall he jumped on his mom's bed. The nurse grabbed him to do the drops, but Hess pale and making weird noise. She starts to walk away. His mom is screaming, Hess not breathing. Nurse, yes kids do that, and walks out. Everyone is calling for help, but she is talking and laughing on the cell phone, turns her back and walks away. A nurse from 2 halls away heard them and came running. She calls Code Blue and a team worked on him for 18 minutes, finally got him intubated. A doctor spoke to us and said he had been without oxygen to his brain for 20+ minutes. He developed stridor, his throat swole and cut off his airway. So if the nurse would have done what I asked and told the doctor or known what the hell she was doing, a simple shot would have reversed the effects. She delayed emergency response by 4 or more minutes. That can be the difference between life and death. He has a traumatic brain injury, can no longer talk, has 13 now and must wear diapers. I love him with all my heart. There was a lawsuit, and during the trial she actually rolled her eyes when asked why she didn't respond when he wasn't breathing. Or why she didn't tell someone about the stridor sounds he'd been making all day. Of course the hospital lost the case. But a vibrant, intelligent child will suffer the rest of his life because a nurse on pediatric floor at St. Francis Children's Hospital in Tulsa didn't do her job and then delayed help because she needed to talk her mom in time for break. I want a divorce after what my wife said in therapy. My wife, 37, female, and I, 40, male, got married 12 years ago, and she has been my rock. And our marriage was really good, or used to be really good. Before we went to therapy, my friend was suffering from a lot of mental health issues, and we were worried for him. He did about 2 years in therapy and is doing a lot better. My wife suffered from anxiety and depression, and she is a vet, which is a very high-stress job. I recommended she try therapy, too, and she agreed. She went to therapy for 6 months and said she likes it and wants me to go with her. I personally find it a little hippy-dippy, but it couldn't hurt, so I agreed. The first 2 therapy appointments went well. The therapist, not her personal one, nailed down one thing about my wife. She is extremely distrusting of other humans. She didn't have a good family growing up, and her father sold her dog, which she said was her only friend. And she suffered from an eating disorder and almost took her own life in her teens. But as an adult, she is relatively well adjusted and she is a great mom to our 2 kids. He asked us as homework to do the Big 5 personality test. It was a long questionnaire and we shared it with him. My trust of others was a 34 and hers was an 8, which is very low. He asked her to tell him what makes her distrust people. She said people were very two-faced and only did what benefited them, and she felt like she has a disadvantage in life because of her morals. She is very kind to people, which is weird because she doesn't trust them at all. She helps people a lot, and one of her friends even said she's the one they go to for advice because they know she wants the best for them and can keep a secret. She does a lot of unpaid work to help stray animals and is often depressed if an animal passes away. But she says she does it because she feels extreme guilt if she doesn't help others, but she feels people don't feel guilt hurting her. Which is why she prefers animals to humans. Then the topic of our marriage and trust came up and she was super tight-lipped about it at first, but then admitted she didn't trust me all that much. She said she actually married me because I was honest and being kind of in it for myself. She said she can't stand people who appear kind and compassionate and then lie and backstab people and prefers an honest person. I was shocked because I feel like I'm an honest but also kind and generous person, but in her eyes I'm not. But she says it's fine because I'm honest about it. She also admitted she took out the in sickness and in health part of our vows because she felt like I would divorce her if she got cancer, but she was okay with that because it would kill her to expect it and then be disappointed. But she felt like she knew where she stood with me. I've been thinking about her words and it bothers me so much. I asked her out of therapy why she even married me and she said she knew I was hardworking and honest and most people are not kind, but that they fake kindness to get ahead. She liked that I didn't, and she felt like she really understood me, so she felt safe with me. I told her she didn't think I was a good person, but just an honest one. Then we should just divorce. And she got mad and told me our marriage was good, we are working together well and raising our kids, and there wasn't anything serious to me. I just realized my wife didn't think I was a good person and I feel like our marriage has been a lie. Edit. Some of you are asking if she loves me and if I love her. I definitely love her. But in therapy she said she thinks she loves me, but also admitted she doesn't know if she can love humans as humans are generally selfish and destructive and will take advantage of people weaker than themselves. I'm really worried if she loves our kids. She acts like she does, but it's hard to tell, because she goes above and beyond for people she worries are going to backstab her.
My son found a big, brown schlong in my bed. The time I messed up because my 8-year-old son found my toy while I, 31, was in the bath. I have a queen-size bed which he's been begging to sleep in since I got it, so I said he can sleep in it with me once a month. He wanted to sleep in my bed today and I forgot where I had hidden the toy. He went behind my bed to plug in his tablet while I was bathing and suddenly shouted, "Mummy, what is this?" I shouted back, "What's what?" And he said, "It looks like a big brown willy." I was mortified. But I decided to bite the bullet when I got dry and dressed and explain the subject of touching yourself. Thankfully he had his first intimacy ed lesson before the summer holidays and he has been asking questions since then anytime one pops into his mind. I have taught him about consent since he was old enough to understand, always in age-appropriate terms, like if you don't want a hug you can say no, that's refusing consent, etc., but I was not expecting to explain self-pleasure today. We've talked. I explained touching the zipper as best I could and that intimacy isn't just for creating babies, it's for pleasure as well. And that most, but not all, people do it. I explained it's for pleasure and completely natural, explained wet dreams while I was on the topic and told him to talk to me, his dad and his stepmom if he had any questions, not to Google it, I'm gonna make sure his safe search options won't allow it to make sure, and not to talk to his school friends as they likely weren't ready for that topic yet. But that he was mature enough to understand and I will always answer his questions with open honesty. I answered all of his questions and explained that not all penises look like that even when a man is fully mature, it's an 8 inches toy schlong. I explained that everyone experiments and it's normal to do so, in private with the door closed. But if when questions come to mind I will always answer them in age-appropriate terms. His dad is pissed at me, but thankfully I have a smart kid who actually asks decent questions and understands the answers and can explain it back to me.
How did you punish a friend who broke the bro code? Bach was the one person who caused me the most trouble in life. I had very poor self-esteem up until a couple years ago, and he took advantage of this, breaking me down in almost every way possible throughout middle school and early high school. Later in high school, he seemed to be a better friend, but honestly was probably the most selfish person I knew. He would not hesitate to screw over his best friends for his own personal gain, and then apologize for it later to find remorse. Well, about a year and a half ago I decided I was done with him and stopped hanging out with him almost entire, except for when we were randomly put together because we shared the same circle of friends. He seemed to have changed, and I began to see him as a friend again. This, once again, did not last long. I had been talking to a girl for about a month, and I really liked her, and could tell she definitely was interested in me too. I made this quite well known to my friends, but I was a little slow on completely sealing the deal with her due to being completely inexperienced with girls and having almost no confidence. Well, while I was trying to get the courage to be bolder and try my luck, he started seeing her behind my back. When I eventually found this out a month after it had begun, I was not thrilled, to say the least. Not because they had started dating, but because they had been hiding it from me and he had started going after her in full knowledge of the situation beforehand. He broke the bro code and had to suffer. They had been dating for almost 6 months at this point, and I pretended like everything was okay. On the morning of their 6-month anniversary, I decided to execute my plan. She had still been sending me more than friendly messages, which showed she was clearly still interested in me. So, I decided to act on it. We had the most amazing love-making session of our life. After which, I sent him a photo. He did not get to be in love with her when I called dibs on her first. They ended up breaking up and he is completely heartbroken. I don't care, I would do it again.
I broke up with my boyfriend because I refused to pay his mom rent. Me and my boyfriend have been dating for 3 years. It's been pretty smooth, and up until now I could see us having a future together. We thought we would take it to the next step and move in together. And when I say move in together, I meant get an apartment together and sign a lease. He thought that meant I move into his parents' house and live in his childhood bedroom with him. To be fair, his bedroom is above their garage that's separate from the house, but I still refuse to live with parents. That was the point of moving in together, was to get away from our parents. I laughed when he brought that up to me, but when I realized he was being serious, I told him that's not an option for me. I'm done living with parents, and if he doesn't want to, I understand and we can wait till he's ready, but I don't want to wait much longer, and if it's a money thing, I'm more than willing to help him save. He said he would think about it and look over his financial plan. A couple days later he said he talked to his parents and that his mom said it would be okay if I moved in, but she'd expect me to pay rent. He won't pay rent, but she'd expect me to pay $600 a month plus another $100 on groceries. I work at a restaurant and eat there 95% of the time, so there's no reason to spend $100 on groceries. I'd be paying for them to eat. I told my boyfriend that's ridiculous and I refuse, and that he's the only one who benefits from that deal. He refused to budge because he doesn't want to spend money and rather freeload off his parents for as long as he could. He threatened to break up with me over this, to which I just said, that's fine. I can easily afford a place to myself, and although I wish you would be there with me, I understand that you're not ready to let go of mommy's hand. I also told him that if I have to get a place, he won't be living there since he wants to be with mommy so bad, and if he wants to live with me, he'll have to split half of rent. He tried to reason with me about spending the nights at my hypothetical apartment, to which I said no, and I'll start looking for myself, and if he wants, he can pay rent. I can easily afford to pay for a $1,200 apartment by myself, so the money isn't the issue. It's the audacity. If we split rent, it would only be $600 to $700 for him too. He can easily afford it, but he doesn't want to. He told me that's not fair to make him pay, and I told him it's not fair if I'm the only one who has to pay $700, and I don't even have a place to myself. I think I broke his heart, and now I'm feeling bad. I love him, but this made me see some red flags I overlooked, and I'm not sure he is the right guy for me. I'm also pretty sure his mom doesn't like me, so this was a way to break us apart, so if that's the case, she wins.
I'm struggling to deal with my girlfriend's princess syndrome. She dresses like she's in a fairy tale every day, and it's drawing too much attention. I, 24 male, have been with my girlfriend, 23 female, for about 5 months. We've been casual friends since college, but only began dating after she graduated. We get along really well. When I say princess syndrome, I don't mean that she is spoiled or entitled, because she isn't. Her clothes seem to take over her life. She dresses like a sort of fairy tale princess on a near daily basis, excluding at work. Long, frilly skirts, lacy blouses, things like that. It works for her because she is very pretty and can pull it off. At first I found it to be very endearing, but then I became aware of how much time she spends on her outfits. She runs a blog that has a sizable amount of followers, and she is constantly posting outfit pictures, links to clothing items, and whatnot. She spends a few hours a day on her blog, at least. Then she spends time sewing items for new outfits or for her Etsy store. When we go out, we get a lot of stares at what she's wearing. I've also caught people sneaking pictures of her on their cell phones. This attention makes me uncomfortable. I have asked her to tone it down a bit, but she took that to mean not wearing anything in her hair when we're out together. I have told her several times that I love her just the way she is, but she seems to brush it off. I had hoped when she started her new job in the career of her choice that she would become more serious, but her new boss and coworkers encourage her. I worry that people won't take her seriously, or miss how kind and intelligent she is. How can I talk to her about dressing more appropriately without hurting her feelings? Update 11 days later. I didn't plan on updating, but things changed. I realized from my last post that I needed to be more supportive, but also communicate on how she could dress down on certain occasions so we could both be comfortable. Well, I never got a chance to talk to her about it. Last week she called and wanted to stop by my apartment after work. When she got there I offered to make dinner, but she said she couldn't stay and we had to talk. I jokingly asked if she was breaking up with me, and she looked really guilty. You can see where this is going. We talked about how we were in different places in life and had different goals for the future. Well, she talked, but I agreed. It was a pretty amicable breakup, even though I felt blindsided. We agreed to stay friends. I've never been dumped before, and it's awful. I'm having trouble with the whole social media thing post-breakup. I want a way to keep in touch with her, but as soon as her relationship status changed, all these alternative-looking guys have been liking her posts and commenting on her pictures. I don't think she's seeing these guys, but it still hurts. My friend wants to set me up on a date, but I don't know if it's a good idea. Update 9 years and 8 months later, I was going through an old email and found this account again. I was surprised I could still log in, and even more by the amount of people who had reached out to me. It's a bit embarrassing to relive this breakup from almost 10 years ago. In retrospect, it wasn't meant to be, and I think I was reeling more from getting dumped than the loss of the relationship. I am 33 now and married to a wonderful woman, 31 female, for 4 years. I learned my lesson about supporting my significant other's hobbies. My wife loves running and baking. We have a daughter who is turning 3 this year. I want her to be free to express herself how she likes, as long as it is safe, of course. I would do anything for them. I am still friends with my ex on social media. We don't talk but we'll like each other's posts. She is married to another woman now who also dresses differently. It's not as frilly as she used to dress, but still unusual. Her pictures look like something out of Anne of Green Gables. She seems to be very happy on their farm together. I exposed my Kim Kardashian-looking friend for having plastic surgery. So I have a friend who when we were in college got some work done. It was known to everyone and she never had a problem sharing with people and giving them tips on who to go to, the aftermath and everything. We are now 30 and the whole friend group knows, and whenever she meets new people she tells them, or so she told me. Yesterday she invited me to her and her husband's and we were playing some old videotapes and pictures of our memories and we were reminiscing about the past and everything. Until a photo of her pre-surgery appeared and her husband was like, "Oh, she looks so different," so I was like, "Oh, it must have been pre-surgery." He was like, "What surgery?" I looked at him then at her, then she tried to deflect the situation, but the setting was awkward for the rest of the night. Apparently she dated him and married him, but she lied about getting work done and he believed her. After I left he demanded answers which forced her to say the truth. She called me today saying I am the jerk for exposing her, but I was like, how could have known you lied to him when you were always upfront about it? Like if she doesn't mention it herself she expects me to mention it on her behalf to other people we meet, except her husband. I also told her she invited me to view our old photos. Why didn't she just give me heads up about it like she knew old photos pre-surgery would appear? She hung up on me saying she doesn't want to know me anymore and that I am a terrible secret keeper. Giving away Master Sergeant's golf clubs. So many years ago I was a logistician in the United States Marine Corps. My unit was headed overseas on a little mini deployment to Morocco. I was in charge of the logistics in my unit even though I was only a corporal. This was because first we didn't have a staff sergeant to run the shop and the sergeants we had were garbage at logistics and got put to work for me. So anyways, we're gearing up to go on this little mini deployment and the master sergeant, who was going to be the highest ranking enlisted, comes over to my office to chat. He starts off being real cool and then eventually asks if he can bring his golf clubs within one of our containers. I thought to myself that it would be wise to be on his good side since I was only a corporal and going on a deployment with his company. So I agreed, even though it was against the rules and regulations. However, everyone does it all the time. So anyways, we go to Morocco and he has his clubs. No course in sight, but he was happy hitting balls, so I didn't care. However, then everything changed. His Marines didn't request to bring enough materials to build what we were there for. They start saying I'm missing a 20 feet container, which doesn't happen to me. So I finally solved the mystery. It turns out they didn't request to bring enough and left the materials behind their office. So here we are in Africa to do a job, but we don't have enough materials. So he tries to use me as a scapegoat. Even a gunnery sergeant and a staff sergeant of his get in on this and just treat me like crap because I refuse to take the fall for their shops F up. This goes on for the entire 2 months we are there, and we are in the middle of nowhere, so nothing for me to do but deal. Anyways, we start heading home and we head back to civilization to a port, and we had to clean our gear to go back to the US as per customs and biosecurity. So we are cleaning everything. Even tank had to take tanks off their tracks and clean the tracks. It was a pain in the ass, but still a cool experience. The problem, however, was that the master sergeant kept needing to reopen containers that had been finished. Now the problem with this was that we had to have actual US customs agents on site and use their banding seals to seal the containers, which then had to be documented with the unique serial number. Every time we had to open one I had to beg the customs agents to open them and let us get whatever the MSGT needed, and then close it up without having to redo the cleaning. Normally it is a solid no, but the agents were cool, and we worked it out. Plus every night I usually ran into them at the bars and I would buy them beer. It got to the point where the agents didn't even have any of their own seals left because of how many times we did it. They ended up using mine to reseal. It really made things difficult and it was often for dumb crap. So finally I had it. It was literally the last day we had for cleaning, and of course the MSGT wanted something else. So I asked the agents. They were really fed up of it. However, I then asked, do either of you guys golf? One of them said yes. I said then we need 2 containers opened. So we got the dumb crap for the MSGT, then we went to the other container where I knew the MSGT's golf clubs were hiding. I opened the container, pulled out the clubs and gave them to the agent. He looked at me and I just said I don't want to hear crap about opening any more containers. He was cool with it and got it in his car. No issues from there on. Anyways, we get back to the States and the ship pulls in with the gear and we got it home no problem. A week later the MSGT comes in my office. He's all buddy again. He then asks where his golf clubs were. I said my guess is your garage or your closet? He forces a chuckle and goes ha ha, okay come on dog, where's my clubs? I then said I'd what you're talking about MSGT. He then said my clubs in the container. I then explained to him that per the Department of Transportation Regulation Chapter 3, I even had it down to the subchapter and paragraph letter, that no personal gear can be shipped inside of military cargo containers. He then starts getting mad and I keep repeating the paragraph. He loses it. Grabs me, but my shop GSGT got to him quickly and pulled him off before he swung on me. He never did find out what I did to his clubs, and I left the unit about 6 months later to go to my next command. I broke up with my girlfriend over earpods today. It was awesome. My girlfriend and I have been dating for almost a year now. She's in university, living in the university residence. I work full-time and have my own place. Her residence has some very strict rules such as no male guests aside from parents and a strict curfew. This will be important later. We're not in the US. Before the Easter holidays a few friends and I planned a road trip. I invited her but she declined. The day before my road trip I decided to get some new earbuds for the trip. My girlfriend came with me to the shop. Once there my girlfriend decided that she would like a pair of AirPods. I relented and bought her a pair and got myself some Bose earbuds since I preferred those and I do not have an iPhone. On our way back to the university she mentioned that she liked my earbuds since they looked better than her AirPods. She took them, paired them to her phone, and started playing around with them. I didn't think much of it until she said she wanted them and wanted to trade her AirPods with my earbuds. I told her no because I didn't have an iPhone so AirPods would be useless to me. Found out later that they work pretty well on Android, and that we can exchange hers when I get back since going back now would make her late for curfew. She kept insisting that it would make her happy. I told her I needed them for my trip in the morning, which seemed to be the end of it. We got to her residence and as I was parking she threw her AirPods at me and said, "Thanks for the trade," then jumped out of the moving car, still wearing my earbuds. I was shocked and it took me a second to realize that she had just run away with my earbuds. I parked and then ran after her, but I wasn't fast enough. She had already entered the building. I stood at the entrance with two very burly guards giving me the stink eye while I shouted for her to come back. She just blew me a kiss and went upstairs. I shouted a bit more until the guards very politely asked me to leave. I was livid. She had just robbed me and there was nothing I could do. I stalked back to my car fuming and cursing. However, I started laughing when I got to my car because, there on the ground, near the passenger side door, was a lovely white box. It seems in her mad dash to run away she had accidentally dropped the charging case. I picked it up, my day suddenly brighter, and drove back to the shop. I exchanged the AirPods and got new earbuds, then blocked her and the next morning went for my road trip. I unblocked her when I got back yesterday ready to deal with the poop storm and called her. At first she was sweet and asked about my trip. Then she asked if she had left the charging case for her earbuds in my car. I told her that I had returned the AirPods and exchanged them for new earbuds and that since my new earbuds didn't work with my old charging case I had thrown it away because I didn't need it. That triggered her and she started shouting at me, calling me an asshole and demanding that I get her a new pair of earbuds or we're done. I said okay, I guess we're done, then hung up. I've been laughing ever since. People who had to clean out rooms of someone who passed away. Did you find anything you weren't supposed to? My best friend lost his life in a car accident when he was 15. I was like another son to his parents. In a few weeks after his death, his mother asked me to come over to help go through his things. We were super close, even for best friends, and we basically treated our clothes as one gigantic wardrobe. So half the stuff in his closet was mine, including the shirt he was wearing when he passed away. When we first went into his room, his mom said to me, "You have 10 minutes to remove anything you don't want me to see." And she handed me a duffel bag. I shut the door behind me, pulled out his sock drawer, and took out the dime bag I had stashed there. Then I lifted his mattress and grabbed the 2 Penthouse magazines and the video my brother gave us. I zipped up the bag and opened the door. Together we went through his stuff, me grabbing my clothes and her giving me his clothes that she knew I wore all the time. After a few minutes, I decided to play some music. I turned on his stereo and hit play on the cassette player, and Journey's Faithfully started playing. After a few seconds, dubbed over the song is my friend's voice saying mushy things to this girl. He's been crushing on since 8th grade. I listened for a minute, then I just burst out laughing. That tape was so corny that I couldn't help it. Once I started laughing, his mom started laughing and crying at the same time. It was the first time she had laughed since the accident. Later on, she said it was a turning point for her in her grieving process. To me, it was my best friend just being goofy over some girl. I still think about him almost every day. Even though it's been 31 years. What's the craziest way that you have gotten out of a speeding ticket? Chuck Norris himself got me out of a speeding ticket that would have cost me my job. The year was 2006. I moved to College Station, Texas. Homeless and broke, working my day job. Barely paid enough to live on, much less safe enough to pay down debt and buy a house. I took a job during early mornings and late nights driving limos to the airport to make some cash on the side. I'd usually have 1 to 2 runs per week, and I was one of the few reliable drivers the guy had willing to do those runs. The rest were substance users, college students, or only wanted daytime runs. Normally I just get a call that I had a run and that I would just show up. The limo would be prepped and ready except for ice in the coolers, and I'd do the run. But the office gal called me and told me to come in. Boss wanted to see me. Turns out he had a special run. In this case, it would be an evening run into Bush Intercontinental Airport. This was 120 miles away and would take about an hour and a half. But the craziest part was the passenger. It was Chuck Norris. The ranch that Mr. Norris had retired to was just south of College Station on the north side of Navasota, almost to Anderson. Boss man tells me to play it cool and that I'd gotten the gig because I was the only person he could count on not to screw it up. So I pick him up. Big property. He's shorter than I expected and is starting to look really old, but he's exceptionally polite. I do the normal stand and hold the door to the limo thing. He says that he wanted to get there a little early to meet someone in the Admiral's Lounge for a drink. So could I please kick it up a notch? I say, yes, sir. Headed south on Highway 6, when you cross into Waller County, the speed limit drops. There's usually a state trooper or a county cop sitting a little bit past their running laser. It's a bit hilly, so you won't know if there's a cop on the next hill until you crest a hill. I was booking along at 10 over, and since I've been told to kick it up a notch, I was scouting pretty carefully, but didn't actually slow down. And of course, right in the median behind a bush, right before 290, where the speed limit actually drops to 55, there was a state trooper that I didn't spot in time to drop 20 miles per hour from a 3T limo without slamming on the brakes. I was screwed. I would probably lose my license to drive the limo. The trooper pulls me over, does the usual license check and asks me where you headed to Bush Intercontinental, sir. The officer frowned and said, before I write you a ticket that'll get your Houston livery license pulled, do you have anything to say for yourself? Chuck Norris told me to kick it up a notch, sir. The cop just glared at me and then Chuck Norris rolled his window down, stuck his head out, and said, sorry, I wanted to get to the airport early. If you want to give anyone a ticket, I'll take it. This was right after Chuck Norris was made an honorary Texas Ranger. The trooper said, that won't be necessary, sir. Slow down and have a nice flight. I just pissed myself in public as a fully grown adult. That day, I made the ultimate mistake. I pissed myself in public. As a fully grown adult, I can still feel the embarrassment and humiliation creeping up my spine as I think back on that day. It started out as a seemingly innocent outing with my boyfriend to a local music festival. Little did I know that our day out would turn into a nightmare. I was already having a pretty rough day. I had just lost my job, the rent was due, and I was living in a rundown house that was falling apart faster than my life. But hey, what better way to escape reality for a while than attending a music festival, right? Wrong. As we entered the festival grounds, I felt a sudden urge to relieve myself. It was as if my bladder was playing a sick joke on me, knowing that there wasn't a bathroom in sight. Panic started to set in as I frantically scanned the area for any sign of a portable potty or even a nearby bush. Desperation took over, and without any options, I resorted to crossing my legs and hoping for the best. Big mistake. With each passing minute, my bladder screamed at me, its contents ready to burst through the dam of my weakened self-control. As fate would have it, my boyfriend stumbled upon a group of his friends from college. Oblivious to my impending doom, he happily engaged in conversation with them, completely unaware of the battle happening inside my bladder. I tried my best to discreetly pull him aside and confess my urgent need for a bathroom, but my efforts were in vain. With every passing second, my ability to hold it in diminished. I could feel the warm trickle of urine sneaking its way down my leg, the unmistakable moisture slowly spreading. Desperation turned to humiliation as I stood there, completely unable to control my bodily functions like a damn toddler. It felt like an eternity passed before my boyfriend finally noticed the horrified expression plastered on my face. His eyes widened, and without a word, he grabbed my hand and darted towards the nearest bathroom. But it was too late. As we rushed through the crowd, my shame followed me like a dark cloud. People stared, some snickering, others trying to look away politely. But there was no escape from the reality of the situation. I had peed myself in public, and it was impossible to hide. Once inside the sanctuary of the bathroom stall, I had a moment to breathe and gather my thoughts. How did it come to this? How did I end up in a situation where I couldn't even control my own bodily functions? I cleaned myself up as best as I could, praying that no traces of my moment of weakness were visible to the naked eye. But deep down, I knew that the embarrassment of that day would leave an eternal scar on my pride. My story doesn't end here. In fact, it's just the beginning of a roller coaster of events that would make your jaw drop. I still remember the shock and disbelief I felt when I was invited to a prestigious event as a guest of honor. I was stunned, and completely unprepared for the night ahead. As I stepped into the grand hall, I could feel everyone's eyes on me. I wanted to turn and run, but I knew I had to face my fears. I was determined to prove to myself that I was capable of overcoming this embarrassing moment and moving on. Little did I know that I was about to embark on a journey that would change my life forever. To be continued. What dark family secret were you let in on once you were old enough? My uncle tried to unalive himself because of me. My parents took me to Disneyland for my 7th birthday. I recall landing, going to the park, and having a great first day or two. Then my parents had to step out and take a bunch of phone calls. They sounded very stressed. They kept telling me nothing happened and everything was okay. Eventually we flew home and, surprise, it took an extra couple days to go to a big water park away from home. I fondly remember this birthday and eventually forgot about any of the weirdness. Maybe 10 years later, my parents finally told me what happened. My uncle, my dad's brother, tried to unalive himself on my 7th birthday. He shot himself in the stomach with a weapon. It turns out, my parents weren't always the ones who were coupled up. My uncle and mom used to be a couple. It was back in high school and for maybe a maximum of 3 months. They broke up on good terms, but my uncle was still in love with her. Years later, my dad and mom connected, and since my uncle and mom's relationship was short, my mom never knew my dad and uncle were related. That was until my dad brought her home. Instead of making a big fight, my uncle was just sad and let them progress. My dad even asked permission to continue the relationship and he said yes. However, after they got married and started a family together, he was slowly more and more jealous. He stopped talking to them for a while, and when I was born, he always avoided us. Me being around made it worse for him, because I looked just like him. I just wasn't his and it hurt him badly. However, he spent years depressed that my dad had the life he always wanted. He eventually got addicted to substances to cope, and it didn't help his life at all. He ended up poor with no job opportunities because who wants an addict on their team? Eventually, he had enough, so he tried to unalive himself. He ended up living. My parents took me to the water park so that we didn't have to come home after he left the hospital. After his recovery, he put aside his pride and begged my parents for help. He began coming around to visit, became a constant part of our family, etc. But by not telling me, my parents let me keep my birthday as my day, not the day my uncle tried to die. Knowing how a 7-year-old's brain worked, I probably would have thought I had something to do with it. I'm a retired homicide detective. I'm beginning to suspect that my wife is a serial killer. My wife and I live in a 2-story home that we had built several decades ago. We are a ways away from the bustle of our city, and our closest neighbors, who happen to be Hunter and his family, live about a mile down the road. We enjoy living in relative solitude. I take our German Shepherd, Mr. Morris, on regular walks through the woods and on fishing trips with my Raven and I. Though I will never forget the horrors of humanity, I still felt as though I would finally be at peace with myself and the world. Is that so much for an old man to ask for? I started my day off the same as any other. I had a cup of joe, put on my worn sneakers, and took Mr. Morris on a walk at about 6 in the morning. My wife, a schoolteacher, had already departed for the day. The sun was peeking out over the horizon, bathing the light layer of snow in orange light. Mr. Morris ran out ahead of me, coming to a stop at the pond that we usually fished at. He promptly began barking, staring out across the water. Mr. Morris, quit your belly aching before you wake up your brother. I came to a stop beside him and looked across the black surface. Either my eyes were playing tricks on me, or someone was on the other side of the pond. It was still dark enough that I questioned myself, and rubbed my eyes before glancing again at the other bank. Nothing. Mr. Morris continued barking for a few more seconds, but eventually a squirrel caught his attention. I wasn't so easily distracted. I continued to scan the trees across the way, but finally dismissed the subtle movement as that of an animal of some sort. Mr. Morris and I continued our walk without incident. I flipped on the news and sat down with a bacon, egg, and cheese croissant. Mr. Morris, likewise, lapped up the fresh food that I had placed in his bowl. I took a bite of my croissant and focused on the television set. The newscaster was discussing the disappearance of a local woman, Denise Lawson. I had seen this before. The poor girl had been missing for about 2 weeks now. She was young, about 23 years old, with long, red hair and green eyes. For the third time that week, I found myself remembering one of the darkest parts of my career. The disappearances had begun about a decade ago. 6 girls, aged 21 to 24, had mysteriously disappeared over the span of about 2 years. I will never forget their names: Patricia Bledsoe, Karen Whitaker, Julia Voss, Jamie Calloway, Nia Justice, and Felicia Smith. They all had 2 things in common: red hair and green eyes. Only the partial remains of 2 of them had ever been found. There had been no forensic evidence and no groundbreaking leads. Someone claimed to have seen a man with one of the girls on the night she disappeared, but that was about as close as we got to ever identifying the sick bastard who was taking these girls. This case was more than a little personal for me. Patricia Bledsoe was my wife's niece. I had known her since she was a little girl. I stared down listlessly at my croissant, having suddenly lost my appetite. I put the plate on the end table and got up, headed to my computer and tried to keep my mind occupied with some online solitaire. A few hours later, I got the call. It was, to my surprise, one of the officers from the station that I had known for a few years. I hadn't heard much from him since I had retired. Barry? Hey, Detective Vincent. This is Barry. He sounded nervous. I know, son. And you don't have to call me detective anymore, just Dario. How you doing, buddy? Barry hesitated. I'm good, Detect Dario. Sir, it's about your wife. I could feel my insides twisting up, like they had when I had first heard about Patricia's disappearance. Where's my wife, Barry? Sir, we brought her in for questioning. She's a suspect in the disappearance of Denise Lawson and Tatiana Graves. I got to the station as fast as I could. When I arrived, I confronted the captain, a man I had known and collaborated with for many years, Eric Lloyd. Eric, what the hell are you getting at? Bringing my wife here to be hounded for something we both know full and well she didn't fucking do? 3 other officers stepped forward, but Eric subtly waved them off. He was a tall and tired man with a clean-shaven face. He looked me in the eyes before responding. Look, Dario, you know I have the utmost respect for both you and Raven. You were at my wedding for Christ's sakes. But I have to do my job, regardless. Surely you understand that. I was fuming. What could possibly make you think that Raven was involved in any of these incidents? If I had a criminal living under my roof, don't you think I would know? There was a glint in Eric's eyes, and I already knew what he was going to say. I don't know, detective. Your son was committing arson while he was still in your house, if I remember correctly. How dare you bring that up? Eric sighed. Look, just wait a few and your wife will be right out, okay? But heed my warning, don't interfere with our investigation. With all due respect, you're not with the force anymore, sir. I paced back and forth for almost 10 more minutes, cursing indiscriminately. When Raven finally walked up to me, I didn't even notice her. "Honey, Raven, are you okay?" I took her in my arms and then stood back, examining her closely. She looked great for a woman of 54, her blonde hair falling past her shoulders, her heart-shaped face as full of life as it had been when I first met her all those years ago. "Yeah, old man, I'm fine. Let's go home. I want to see Gabriel." I could feel the eyes of the other officers on me as I guided my wife out of the station. We decided that she could pick her car up from the school when I dropped her off the next day. Then, of course, the conversation immediately turned to why she had been brought to the station in the first place. Eric picked me up because, well, it hurts to say this, but apparently I was one of the last people seen with Tatiana Graves before she went missing. "Who is she? You've never told me about any friends with that name." Raven sighed and looked out of the passenger window. "Tatiana was a former student of mine. She graduated a few years ago, but when I had drinks with Miriam a few nights ago, we happened to run into her. We had a good old time, nothing seemed to be bothering her." "Eric's always been trigger happy," I muttered through gritted teeth. "When I see him in town again I'll be sure to give him a piece of my..." "No, Dario, it's fine. Eric was just doing his job." He and the other officers were very polite during the interview. "They don't mean us any harm." I was still aggravated about the whole situation, but I was happy to see that my wife was okay. I pulled up to our son's house and we were greeted at the door by his wife Ellie and their 3-year-old, Gabriel. Hunter was still at work, but Ellie kept us entertained. After about an hour or so, though, I wanted to go and check on Mr. Morris. Ellie volunteered to drop Raven off after Hunter got back from work, so I went back to the house alone. Mr. Morris was waiting for me in the yard. I scratched him behind his ears and we both went inside. Curious and with time to kill, I set my eyes on the computer again. Sure, I was retired, but I still felt a sort of personal obligation to figure this out. I had sworn to myself long ago that I would be the one to catch this son of a bitch. I searched Tatiana Graves' name. When her image popped up, I groaned, shaking my head. She bore a pretty damn good resemblance to Patricia, as did all of the others who had vanished before her. It hurt to look at her for too long, so I scrolled down to read more info about her disappearance. She was 21, having graduated from the school that my wife taught at 3 years ago. Besides that, nothing else was really known about her. There were nothing said about her hobbies or occupation. I scrolled down to the comments section, wondering if anyone might post anything more in depth. The first comment I saw read "Whore. She got what she deserved." Shaking my head, I proceeded to the next two, which consisted of wishes and prayers for her family. The comment after that was by another woman who mentioned her getting around. Either these women were horrible trolls, or else Tatiana had built a sort of reputation for herself. I was done with this shit regardless. It was time for a walk. The air was as frigid as I wanted to be towards Eric the next time I saw his sorry ass. I trudged along behind Mr. Morris, who stopped to piss on every tree before we came to the pond again. I remembered the strange movement that I had seen earlier that day and decided to investigate. I made my way to the other side of the pond, which was, quite honestly, a rarity. I intended to look for footprints, but the light snow had already melted. Still, I investigated the area and came to a quick conclusion. Someone had most definitely been here. A piece of black plastic, as though from a trash bag, had caught onto a hanging branch. It hadn't faded in the sun, nor was it dirty from prolonged exposure. I reached up and fingered it curiously, then looked around. Mr. Morris was lying on the ground, chewing on something. "Hey! Spit it out, you scoundrel." Mr. Morris looked up at me guiltily. I could see something gold glinting in his mouth. I knelt down and pulled it out, staring at it in disbelief. It was a bracelet. What the? I had never seen it before. Raven definitely didn't own one like it. I investigated the area further, but found nothing else out of the ordinary. I decided to head further out into the property. If someone was trespassing here, they had chosen the wrong day to do it. I had my pistol in a holster on my waist, as per usual. I kept one hand on it as Mr. Morris and I pressed on. I hadn't been on this side of the pond in a while. The area was heavily wooded and I honestly had no reason to ever come this far. My son Hunter, however, was another story. When he was going through his pyromania phase, he had been out here burning whatever he could get his hands on a regular basis. In the days before that, we had built him a treehouse on a tree that he had picked out when he was 6 years old. That same old treehouse was still somehow in one piece, though the rickety ladder that he had once used was another story entirely. I paused, my breath rising in front of me as I surveyed the scene before me. There was an indent in the grass and soil down below, indicating that the old ladder had been lying on the ground for quite some time recently. Now, however, it was leaned up against the tree, leading up to the treehouse. I could feel a chill that had nothing to do with the cold. I looked down at the bracelet, then up at the treehouse. Someone had recently climbed up there, and I suspected that they were still there. Mr. Morris sat and watched me as I slowly approached the ladder. I put one hand on it, staring up at the old wooden treehouse. "My name is Dario Vincent, and if anyone is up there, you have trespassed on my property. Come out now and I won't get the proper authorities involved." Silence. The wind blew, fluttering my jacket and hood. I kept my eyes on the little windows of the treehouse, searching for any movement. Nothing. Okay. If you aren't going to come out, I'll have to come and get you myself. I put one foot on the ladder, which gave a sudden shake. I should have known that I was going to regret the cheeseburger from the other day. I began slowly ascending the ladder, which quivered perilously with every rung I reached. I held the bracelet tight in my hand as I climbed, determined to get to the bottom of this. There was a good chance that whoever was in the treehouse was a part of this whole thing. A foul, terribly familiar stench suddenly wafted into my nostrils. I paused, now nearly at the top of the ladder. No way, there couldn't be a. I put my hand on the top rung. The sound of a gunshot exploded nearby, more terrible than thunder in the heaviest storm. Startled, I lost any balance that I had on the ancient ladder and felt myself toppling over. The world was suddenly upside down, and then it was gone entirely. With Apollo deciding to shut down at the end of June, what will you decide to do? Alright, listen up, I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I give a shit about Apollo or its users. In fact, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. You see, I'm a hacker, a damn good one at that, and I've been itching for a new challenge. So when I heard that Apollo was shutting down, I saw an opportunity to wreak some havoc. I started by infiltrating their security system. It wasn't easy, but I've done it before. Once I was inside, I started poking around, and let me tell you, I was shocked at what I found. These idiots had been storing all kinds of sensitive information on their servers. Usernames, passwords, even credit card numbers. It was like they were begging to be attacked. So, being the twisted asshole that I am, I decided to have a little fun. I started by leaking some of the more embarrassing users' information. You know, the ones who were into some kinky shit. Then I moved on to the more serious stuff. I sold off the credit card numbers on the dark web, making a pretty penny in the process. And just when they thought it couldn't get any worse, I launched the final blow. I destroyed every last piece of data on their servers. All the user information, all the posts, all the history of this once great website, gone in an instant. It was beautiful. Now, I know what you're thinking. But you're a complete fucking asshole, why would you do something like that? And to be honest, I don't really have an answer. Maybe it's the rush of power I get from knowing that I can destroy something with a click of a button. Maybe it's the thrill of seeing chaos ensue. Either way, I don't regret it, and I won't hesitate to do it again. So to all those Apollo users out there, I hope you learned a valuable lesson. Don't trust anyone, especially not some random dipshit you meet on the internet. As for me, I'll be sitting back, watching the chaos unfold, and laughing my ass off the whole time. My wife silently cries for hours every night, and I don't know what to do. My wife and I are college sweethearts. When we met, I was dating someone else. A girl I'll call Fran. Fran and I got along like a house on fire. Fran broke up with me. I was bitter. I wanted her to feel jealous, so I dated the one girl Fran couldn't stand and gave her everything Fran wanted. It was my now wife. Over a decade later, and I'm happily married. She's so smart and sweet and beautiful. To me, she's my soulmate. She loves me so deeply, I didn't even know it was possible to be loved this much. A few months ago, Fran moved to the city where I live. She reintegrated herself back into our friend group. We're a social bunch. There was a girls' night. They took 2 cars to the event. My wife was supposed to be in one car while Fran was in another. Fran was driving, and a driver plowed into the side of the car. I found out that Fran's car was in an accident. I asked about the girls, including Fran. Fran has a couple of broken bones, and I didn't ask about my wife. I didn't know she wasn't even supposed to be in that car. I called my wife. She didn't pick up, but I figured she had heard about the accident. It wasn't until an hour later that I found out that my wife was in the car. She was the most seriously injured since the other car plowed into the passenger side. My wife was a champ. Pulled through physical rehab like it was nothing. Always had a smile on her face. Everyone was impressed by her attitude and strength. I woke up one night because I was thirsty. Somehow I realized that she was crying, and she was doing it silently so I wouldn't wake up. I laid awake for the next few days. She would cry for hours at night and be good in the morning. When I shift in bed, she becomes even quieter. But she still cries. I don't think anyone has noticed that she's sad. All of our friends are still focused on Fran, who is still injured. I don't know what to do. I love my wife so much. I don't know why she's hiding her tears from me. Having diarrhea is my favorite thing in the entire world. Yes, that is right, I love to have diarrhea. One of my favorite things to do is take a laxative on weekends when I have absolutely nothing to do and I know I'll be at the house all day. There are so many aspects of it that make it one of the best experiences. The first aspect I love is the rush. Just going about my business and then all of a sudden I know I might poop my pants. That it is time to get on a toilet right now and nothing else matters. It's an adrenaline rush when the stomach starts to gurgle and you know you can't stop what's about to happen. That I am totally at the mercy of my bowels. The second is simply the feeling. I love the feeling of relief I get in my stomach, the feeling of it rushing out of my butt, and it is one of those good burn feelings in the butt too. I love that fiery booty hole burn. Then when you go to wipe it's kind of like you are scratching that ultimate itch. To put it simply, from start to finish the feeling of diarrhea has multiple aspects that all feel good and all of them have their special place in my heart. The third aspect I love is the smell. It's like when you have a good fart and it stinks really bad and you kind of sniff it in and you are like dang, I just did that. The smell of diarrhea is like I just opened a sewer line right in my toilet and I love it. It's just a great scent to sit there and enjoy for a minute. A nasty type of good that makes you feel a little dirty. The fourth aspect would have to be looking at what came out. Just standing to wipe and looking at what once used to be a perfectly clean toilet is now black. Just black water with black spatter all around the bowl of the toilet. I love to stand there for a second and look at it and say dang look at all that bad stuff I just expelled from my body. That's a great feeling looking at it and knowing how you've just cleansed your body. To put it simply, I highly recommend diarrhea. Update 2. Neighbor is currently video recording me and has a camera directly pointed at my bedroom window. It has been problem-free for almost a year. However, around early November 2017, we had a knock on the door one evening. It was an officer asking if we had heard gunshots in the area. We had not. Soon into our conversation, he mentioned it was our neighbor who called and complained. They were aware of the situation and assured us that despite the situation, they have to respond to all gunshot calls. I was honestly not surprised that after all the quiet, something started up again. The next day, a police cruiser parked across the street from our home. I was expecting someone to knock again and ask about gunshots. No one came to the door and the officer sat across the street watching my home for over an hour. The next day, I emailed an officer I had been working with previously regarding the situation. The officer told me that my neighbor had been calling 911 every single day on my address for gunshots. By the time I got an email back, it had been a week. Every single day, this man was coming home from work, eating dinner, tending to daily life, and calling 911 on us for shooting guns. The officer said he would look into seeing if this counted as harassment through a third party. The new year came and went, and in early January, I emailed the officer back and his response was simply that the city prosecutor wanted to set up a phone conference to discuss the plan going forward. The city prosecutor mentioned to me that at that point in time, my neighbor had still been calling 911 every day, even the morning of the conference call. She said they contacted all of my other neighbors to see if they heard any gunshots, and asked if they would testify that they have not heard anything come from our property. They also planned to charge my neighbor with some counts of harassment and wrongfully utilizing emergency services. Part of his deal with the arrest over the summer involved him able to avoid jail time by having good behavior, and they are looking for their time back essentially. His arraignment date came, and his pretrial was set. Came and went. It's being continued until next month. I am worried that he will try to continue this case until the end of time. Our anti-harassment order expires soon and we will have to drag him to court once again to renew it, and spend more money. Things are starting to feel pretty dim again, and honestly, the recent continuance knocked the wind out of my sails. All I can do until I am called as a witness and victim is wait. What is the best way to prove that your doctor has been wrong about an illness or condition? My sister was having gynecological issues. She was seeing a doctor that could not understand why she was having heavy vaginal discharge all of the time. He had found and removed some external vaginal warts. She doctored with him for a year for this issue. Finally, he decided she has a gland issue and wanted to take out the glands that produce the discharge inside her vagina and cervix. This is when I stepped in and gave her my opinion. Obviously, there was no way to prove the doctor was wrong and no way I was going to allow my sister to have that procedure done. She was in her 20s and had never had a child. I knew in my gut that this procedure was not going to help her and could ultimately cause her condition to get worse. I found a different doctor for her to see. He examined her and did a pap and found nothing wrong with the pap. I told my sister to tell the doctor she wanted a colposcopy. He told her that her pap test did not warrant doing that. I had her contact him again and tell him that she came to him to get different answers and that she insisted on this test. He finally said that he would do it for her. When he received the results of her colposcopy, he called her and apologized for giving her a hard time about doing the test and that it had taught him a valuable lesson to listen to his patient and their symptoms and not always just go by the guidelines. She was lucky it was caught when it was because the treatment at that point did not have to include a hysterectomy. Unfortunately, she was never able to have a child and I am not sure why she had 2 early on miscarriages. So bottom line, to prove a doctor wrong about your diagnosis, find another doctor and get the correct diagnosis and treatment. You're gonna out me as gay to everyone? Prepare to have your entire future go up in flames. This was almost 7 years ago. I grew up in a small town from hick country. Always knew I was gay, everyone else is homophobic, was planning on staying in the closet till I move out, etc. You know the song. 7 years ago, a certain senator from Vermont announced his candidacy for President of the United States, and me being the edgy high school senior who couldn't keep his mouth shut, I went all in on the online activism. Mostly on Reddit, r/Sander for President, but most importantly on Twitter where I had a fan account with 10k followers that I wouldn't shut up about. This didn't go over well with everyone but people knew my politics and I was just a terminally online 17-year-old high schooler so no one took it seriously. I guess my parents got a few comments at church but that was about it. Even at school, I lacked self-awareness and wouldn't shut up about the Democratic primaries. I wasn't antisocial or anything but most of the people I hung out with were dorkier than me, and at least as unself-aware. Here is one thing I didn't account for. If you harass your entire rural hick town to follow your Twitter account, maybe don't use that account to like gay spicy vids. These were likes from half a year prior, so you had to scroll a while to find them. But a guy from one of my classes, let's call him Alex, went through that trouble and sent screenshots to practically everyone at school plus my parents. This wasn't easy for me but the landing was softer than I expected. My parents took a week or so to adjust but were eventually fine with it. Other adults in town avoided me but that wasn't much of a change, and people at school picked on me for a while but it dwindled down fast. I still was livid with what Alex did, and I wasn't letting it slide. Besides it wasn't entirely harmless either. My parents were willing to live with it but were still homophobic and outwardly so, and either way who wants to have their spicy vids history shown to their parents. Alex was a top of the class straight A student with an Ivy League aspirations, and definitely Ivy League qualifications, plus he could go the legacy route through his dad. His future was also fully dependent on his parents' money. I needed to hit these 2 aspects of Alex's life and turn them into smoke. Alex's parents were kind of the movie cliché of small town rich folk, old money, dad is a lawyer, good standing with the community and the church, conservative, involved in local and state politics, etc. Alex was a spoiled rich kid. Nothing intrinsically wrong with that, but it comes with its fair share of rebellious dumb things you do as a spoiled rich kid. So here's how I used his past to destroy his future. Alex dealt substance for a month when he was 15. Again, he was a well put together valedictorian so totally out of place but he just wanted to do something on the edge I suppose. I knew this because we bought our Zaza from him through a friend one time. He still had the conversations and was more than happy to oblige by handing me the screenshots which I sent to his parents. They obviously accused me of fabricating them out of revenge so I asked my friend to show them the conversation firsthand next Sunday after sermon, which he did. A year before outing me he impregnated a girl who ended up getting an abortion he paid for, with the quid pro quo she wouldn't say who the father is. It was already too late for her since her parents knew she was pregnant, so she didn't mind taking the entire fall herself. I knew that girl pretty well. We weren't friends, but we were close politically and would have the occasional discussion. She was livid with Alex for outing me and decided, after I not so subtly suggested it, to do a call-out post on the town's Facebook group, with screenshots of their conversations. Alex had an outright trolling account that he used to harass black people. I'm talking hard. N-words, monkey jokes, IQ graphs and the likes. Multiple people, mostly the one black kid who went to the school, reported him, but it was practically impossible to prove he was behind the account, until I realized he sometimes logged into it on the school's computers and gave that as a tip to the principal. I'm not sure what the IT guy technically did, but he caught him red-handed and he ended up getting a week's suspension and having to apologize in front of the whole school. So Alex went from model son to junkie baby murdering Nazi overnight. His parents decided to kick him out without a penny after graduation. He still got into an Ivy League school, but without his parents' support he had to juggle school and a part-time job and dropped out a year in. He's now apparently a divorced absentee father who's involved with 2 multi-level marketing schemes at once. From a valedictorian who was destined to become a DC lawyer. To that.
My best friend groomed my grieving little sister. Am I the a-hole for calling my best friend creepy for sleeping with my little sister? So my, 27, parents died in a car accident a few months ago, and now my sister, Lily, 18, is staying with me at my apartment. I love having Lily here. I didn't get to see her as much after I moved to the city where we're currently living and my job. It was much smoother transition than I expected. I reintroduced her to my best friend, Cole, 27, almost right away, and they seemed to get along fairly well. My sister's birthday was in July, and the night after it, she went to a new 18-plus club that opened in our area. I didn't think much of it and just wanted her to be safe. After that night, Lily seemed more stressed, and I assumed it was because of her first year at college coming up. She's taking online courses for the first year, and just tried to give her advice on how to handle it. Yesterday, after Cole came over to drop off some brownies he had baked, my sister came up to me with tears in her eyes and admitted that she had bumped into Cole on the night after her birthday and they ended up sleeping together. I was shocked, but from how sad and ashamed Lily seemed, I asked if Cole had taken advantage of her. Lily said no and that it was 100% consensual, but Cole asked her to keep it a secret. Lily didn't want to stress me out and was afraid of me being mad at her, but she couldn't hold it in much longer. After reassuring Lily that I wasn't mad at her and that she was completely right for telling me, I went to my room and angrily called Cole. I yelled at him over the phone and told him how creepy it was that he effed my freshly 18-year-old sister and that he was way too old to be messing around with girls her age. We went back and forth for a bit before finally hanging up, and I went back to talking to Lily about this. Cole told his family and our mutual friends what happened. During the night and even this morning, I've been bombarded with texts from them saying that I was a jerk for calling Cole creepy and that since it was a consensual sexual encounter with Lily being of age, it shouldn't matter. I haven't shown Lily the texts. I don't want to make her feel worse than she already is. With how consistent everyone has been with calling me a jerk, I'm wondering if I really am. So, am I the jerk for calling my best friend creepy for sleeping with my little sister? I realized I made it sound like Cole and Lily only met after our parents' death, but she has known him before. Granted, they didn't talk much to my knowledge back then since she was a kid and I didn't include her in what I was doing very often. My best friend groomed my grieving little sister. To start off with, I ended up talking to Lily about what happened that night, and she ended up revealing that shortly after I reintroduced Cole to her, he began texting her, saying he wanted to help her grieve. Lily had told Cole about her plan to go to that club, and by the time Cole had shown up, she was decently tipsy. Lily had woken up in Cole's bed the next morning, and after he had woken up too, he told my sister to lie about what happened by saying she was at a friend's house because I would consider it to be a betrayal of my trust if I knew they slept together. After further discussion, Lily and I decided that grief counseling was best for her. Lily said that she regretted for not getting it at the start because to her, that's what started this. As for Cole's family and our friends, I decided to ask them what they were told by in 2 separate group chats. I was right that he didn't tell them what actually happened. Both his family were under the expression that Cole and Lily had told me already what happened at first and that I seemed okay with it, but when Lily wanted to talk further, I blew up on him out of blue. I told them what actually happened, and while Cole's family seemed hesitant to believe me, they'd said that they would talk to Cole. As for our friends, they believed me, and while some apologized, some were saying that it shouldn't have been an issue in the first place because my sister was legal, so I had to drop those people. I've blocked Cole and I haven't confronted him further, but I'm preparing myself for the worst when I do. For your guys' advice, I asked Lily if she actually remembered having intimacy with Cole, and she said that she remembered Cole buying her a drink. Then later on, Cole convinced Lily and her friend who was tagging along with her to let Lily go home with him. Lily remembers getting in the Uber and being inside of Cole's living room and bedroom, but not the intimacy itself. I mentioned that it's possible Cole slipped her something with that drink, and if he did then it's rope and Lily can press charges against him. Lily said if he did, she would want to press charges against Cole. We both got a bit emotional afterwards, and I apologized to Lily for not noticing that something was wrong when it first happened. As for Cole's parents, they threatened to cut him off financially if he didn't tell them the truth, and Cole admitted to what Lily said in the first post. Cole's parents apologized to me over the phone call, and I told them what Lily said, and if he did drug her, then there's a possibility that we'll pressing charges against Cole. They seemed to accept that and apologized one more time for harassing me before hanging up. Also, while clearing my phone of coal-related things, pictures, videos, calendar dates, etc., I remembered a time when he was picking me up for a concert when we were 18 to 19. He looked at my outfit when I got into the car and mentioned how easy it would be for someone at the concert for them to rip it off and take advantage of me. I'll be honest, I was far more timid and more afraid of confrontation, so despite feeling weird about his comment, I brushed it off so we wouldn't fight over it. So there's one red flag I missed and regret not saying about it. Oh, and I'm changing all my passwords, probably my apartment door lock too, that Cole has access to. Just in case he tries anything.
What was the moment you ended your friendship with your best friend? I had a best friend that I met at work. She was about 15 years older than me, but our birthdays were only 3 days apart, so we bonded over that first. We were best friends for well over a decade, even after we both stopped working at the job we met at. We took girls' trips together. My kids loved her. I took care of her when she got sick with cancer and other diseases. Very much like a personal nurse, except for free house and dog, sat for her whenever she'd go out of town, etc. She told me numerous times she never had a friend like me before. In a good way, she was a trust fund baby, but I always paid my own way for everything. Not one of her other so-called friends can say the same. She was family to me. I would literally do anything and everything within my power for my friends. That's just who I am and what I was taught growing up. However, the last couple of years of our friendship, I started to feel very taken advantage of in various ways, but I just let it go. One day, knowing she just had a rough couple of days after an argument with her only adult child, I decided to swing by and check on her to make sure she was okay because she wasn't answering her phone. I knocked, no answer. I used my key to her house, but it didn't work. That's strange, I thought to myself. Called again, still no answer. So I'll have to go back home. Over the next few weeks I would continue to call and try to check on her, but to no avail. I knew she still had the same number because her voicemail was still working. Eventually I stopped calling, feeling she didn't want to talk to me, but I couldn't stop wondering why. After 4 to 5 months or so, she finally called me, half apologizing, half making excuses, saying she moved away from the area and didn't have time to tell me, not even a text message. This lady, who I had known for over a decade, moved to the other side of the country without telling me. I considered her my best friend, but clearly that feeling wasn't cheered. Only after me calling her numerous times over months did she finally respond, and even that was half-assed attempt at excuses. I did absolutely nothing wrong to her, ever. I was so confused, extremely hurt, and after hearing her excuse, I was livid. I was always there for her, through thick and thin, and after 13 years of friendship, she just up and left. Not a word, not even a goodbye, not a warning, nothing. So when she finally called me back, after all that time of worrying and beginning to deal with the grief of losing my best friend, I had it, and I was completely done. Over the next couple of years, I'd called her every now and then, hoping we could get that friendship back. Every time I called, she seemed blunt, bored, like she didn't want to talk to me. If I'm honest with myself, I still get upset about it at really random but very infrequent times now, but I've learned to just let it go. I'm at peace with my decision of not reconciling, but I can't say the same for her, but that's no longer on me. We live and learn, and having to let her go so I can live my life peacefully and drama-free was the best decision I could have made in that situation. I don't regret it for a second. What secret was revealed when cleaning out the home of a deceased family member? That my father committed suicide and did not die of a heart attack. That he was a cop under investigation for theft and took the quick way out. Grandpa did drawings of the faces of the people he unalived in World War II. Nobody knows why, but my grandma said he had a lot of guilt over the things he saw. My guess is, he didn't want to forget them or didn't feel like he should be allowed to forget them. Drawing my grandpa did of my grandma wearing nothing but a feather boa. My husband died a few years ago. He had terminal cancer and knew he was dying. I found several notes and letters written to me in advance. He had scattered them in various places around our home. Some were marked open when you can't stop crying, open when the holidays are too rough, and open when you have to put one of the cats to sleep. While going through my dad's safe, I found some adoption papers. While reading through them, I got excited at the prospect I might have a brother out there somewhere. I couldn't understand why my parents never told me that they'd adopted a child. After rereading them, I realized that the papers were about me. We were cleaning out a client's hoarder home. This was a very affluent family and a lovely from the outside home. We found a ton of homemade adult films from the 1950s and 1960s. Our client, now in her 90s, was the star of most photos. We're talking really graphic stuff with multiple men and women. She was gorgeous and very photogenic. Needless to say, we did not put those pics in the pile of keepers to give to her children and grandchildren. I found a hidden .38 revolver on my late stepfather's bookshelf. Every bullet in the gun had the name Steve written in Sharpie. No one had ever heard of him. My step-grandma had been married 5 more times than she told my grandpa she had been. He was her 9th husband, not her 4th. Our uncle died. He is 62 years old and single. When our mom and her sister went to clean out his apartment, they found mass quantities of hardcore pornography. His bedroom was decorated like a young girl's and the mattress had a hole bored into it about waist high. Grandma had multiple cats in freezers.
A thinning grip on reality. I decided to share this in case I go insane and my husband and family can look back and go, huh. So, I smoked weed the first time in college. I only hit once or twice and there was a bunch of people around. I don't remember much besides falling asleep in the couch. A few months later, I ended up smoking again with just one other person. So he was high and fell asleep on the couch. I was feeling weird so I went in his room. I was laying in the bed and that's when it started. I started to remember things. It was as if I had died and was watching a replay of my life, and this particular moment was one that I distinctly clued my past self in on that, hey, you're gonna die. I was terrified but I couldn't move because every time I did it was like oh shit. This is exactly what happened in my checkpoint. Eventually I ended up closing my eyes so I'd just fall asleep and accepted my death. I wouldn't smoke again for maybe 3 years but the same thing happened only better. More accurately, I'll explain. This time, it was moments that were familiar. A voice, from my now husband, I could remember as good times and then the darkness outside is the bad times. But each time, it was a pattern that would send me spiraling. This time it was shoe, light, closet corner, doorknob. And after looking at these things in exactly this order so many times, I realized I was going back down the hole. I realized I was trying to tell myself something and I had to figure it out but my brain simply did not work. Now I'll take a break here to say I realize I sound completely insane. That shit crazy. It sounds like the ramblings of a crazy person and it is but just stay with me. So fast forward to the last time I ever smoked and will ever smoke. I knew what was probably gonna happen so I told my husband to talk to me if I started spiraling. Cue the random sequence of objects sending me down the rabbit hole. My husband tries to calm me down but that makes it worse because he was now a part of the new checkpoint. So I go lay in the bed by myself to work it out and I did. There was a voice that kept saying something along the lines of, but then they never remember forever. It was an infinite loop of extremely bad to extremely good that I could never stop and never remember until it was too late. So what did I figure out? I'm in hell. I am actually in hell and in hell I have to relive my entire life exactly the way it is. Each time I'm made to relive my life, I made checkpoints and the more checkpoints I have, the closer I am to death because I created more checkpoints each time I reached hell and had to loop back. And when the checkpoints play, it's really me trying to reach out to myself so maybe somehow I don't end up back in hell. So yeah, I think I'm already dead. I have episodes when I get high and think I'm in hell and have been reliving my life on an infinite loop.
Entitled Neighbor Wants Copy of Grandma's Will. When my grandmother was diagnosed with cancer she opted for no treatment. She had watched her husband go through chemo, radiation and surgery and he was miserable the whole time. She didn't want that for herself. Her family supported her. Over the next year, she gifted items to family and friends, told us to write our names on the things we want, take what we wanted, etc. There were conditions. No, you can't have that, it's a family heirloom meant to go to aunt and her kids, or to dad and his kids. We all knew what those items were and who they were going to so that was easily settled after she died. The house was inherited by my father who very suddenly and unexpectedly passed away 2 weeks later. I inherited the house at that point. The next door neighbor, we'll call him Todd, came over several times, upset that he and his kids, 21, 19, weren't invited to grandma's funeral. There wasn't one, we were all too busy reeling from my father's death, weren't presented with a copy of the will, it only included family members, and he knew grandma loved his kids like her own, she didn't, she complained about them coming over all the time, stealing her water to fill their pool and she had to tell them to stop calling her grandma. He wanted to know if I would allow his kids to go through the house to see if there was anything they'd like to take to remember her by. Okay, first, dude. My grandma died 4 weeks ago. And, dude, my dad died 2 weeks ago. I thought he was awfully rude but I offered to let them go through the boxes I had packed that I was planning to donate and he was offended. I mean, mortified. He said his daughter and son had their hearts set on some items that were family heirlooms and I literally laughed at him. I explained they were family heirlooms and would be staying with me and 2 of the items had already gone home with my brother. He said my kids were her family and she would have gifted those too. Them. They should have been included along with everyone else when everything was divided up. Keep in mind that none of us knew this guy or his kids other than the neighbors next door. They were never at any family gatherings that were held at her house and the only time I ever heard her talk about them was when she was complaining about them. Especially when she caught them using both her hoses to fill up their pool and then came over complaining because she had put locks on the outdoor faucets. Luckily, Todd's house was in foreclosure and he moved away about a year later. I have more stories but those will come later.
People of Reddit who ran into the girl that rejected you in the past, how did it go? I fell hard for this lady in university. She did not feel the same way and I was emotionally damaged for a long time. I really liked her and it crushed me that the feeling wasn't mutual. Fast forward 3 years, I get better, snap out of my depression and realize I was in the wrong for the way I ended things. She really liked me as a friend and genuinely cared for me. I reconnect with her and realize she's an awesome friend. She goes through some traumatic experiences and I'm there to support her, but because of this openness I start falling for her again. I'm ready to tell her that I don't think it's healthy for me to be friends like this and that I'm not angry she doesn't feel the same way. A couple days before I'm about to tell her, she says she's falling in love with me. We both realize we have a messed up history together but nonetheless give it a shot. We've been married for 3 years now.
What's something a poor kid would understand? but would utterly confuse a rich kid. I am 56 years old. I grew up hungry. My parents did the best they could and I never starved, but there was never quite enough. One of my coworkers grew up the same way. Her mother made giant pots of cabbage soup and Kool-Aid without sugar. She is in her mid-40s. We both have been food secure since the late 1990s. We were both recently sent to a conference. The organizers provided all the food. This made us uncomfortable, but we didn't know why. We both compulsively took a couple tea bags and small jars of honey from the drink station, just in case we need a drink later. They had a breakfast buffet. I took an extra orange, a small box of cereal and some honey for my room. My friend did the same. We put the food in our room. We felt better, just in case we are hungry later. They had an exhibition hall. At each station was a candy bowl. My friend and I stood and picked out candy at each table. We put it in our bag, just in case we need a sweet later. Our young coworker has never been hungry. Both parents have good jobs. Her godmother is a bigwig in the town. She watched us in amusement and exasperation. If you need food later, call room service. Ask the valet to go bring you something if you don't like the food in the hotel. You parked in valet parking, right? You gave him a good tip? Alright, go take that stuff up to your room. I'll save you a seat at the keynotes. She doesn't understand. Just like the kids with money didn't understand why Francis and I volunteered to be kitchen help in elementary school. Why we brought our backpacks to lunch on Friday, or how grateful we were when the kitchen lady filled them with bread and fruit and government milk and cheese. Poor kids understand hunger, and hiding food. Even though I haven't been hungry since 1997, I remember. Rich kids know food will always be there. They don't know hunger, and they've never hidden food. Now, excuse me while I go hide this donut. Am I the jerk for breaking up with my fiancé because of what he said to my mom? I, 26, am not from USA, so I might have some grammatical errors. So, my dad left my mom and I when I was only 5 years old. I also have a brother, 21. He left the country with his mistress and never tried to contact. We were really poor. My mom had to do some immoral stuff to get food on the table. She was a clothes dancer and also sometimes pleased men to get money for us. She put me and my brother through school. I understood why my mom did what she did because we had no money and she wanted us to have a life better than ours. And I am not ashamed because of it. I also started working part-time when I was 14. I was a good student, so I got a scholarship to a good university. My mom eventually stopped dancing when my brother got a part-time job too. She now only works as a waitress. I met my fiancé, Javi, 27, in college. This was my first serious relationship. We both loved each other. I never told Javi about my mom's past because my mom made me promise to never say that to anyone. I kept that, but it felt so wrong to keep this huge information away from my fiancé. Javi knew about us. He only knew that my family was extremely poor. He doesn't care about that. He is a very sweet guy who always takes care of me. He even covered some of the cost of my brother's education as well, even though I told him not to. My mom also likes him. That's why she told me not to tell Javi anything about her past or what she did for a living. So, a week ago, my mom and I went to Javi's house to meet his parents. I didn't realize his uncle and aunt would also be there. Upon seeing his uncle, my mom's face went white as if she saw a ghost. His uncle also kept staring my mom as if he knows her. My mom felt uncomfortable and said that she wants to go home. Javi was confused by it, but nonetheless we left earlier than we anticipated. The next day my fiancé came to our place and shouted at me that I lied to him. He said that I am a gold digger just like my mother, and my mother is the reason why his uncle's first marriage broke. I asked him to explain what the hell is he talking about. He said that his uncle knew my mom because he was a regular customer of her and often hired her for her services. His wife caught them red-handed and immediately filed for divorce. My mom was crying and said that she didn't know he was married. She never asks men about their marital status. I told him that he has no right to speak to my mom like that, and his uncle was fully to blame because he was a married man who was hiring escorts for himself. My mom has no obligation towards his marriage. Javi still blamed me and mom and said that he felt deceived. He said to my face that he doesn't want to date a immoral woman's daughter because I will probably invite men just like my mom. My mom had to beg him to not break the engagement. I am tired. If I do end up marrying him, my mom would always have to suffer because of it. I don't want that, so I gave him back his engagement ring and told him to never show his face. My mom is angry because she thinks this is my only chance to get married because no other guy would marry into a family where the mom works as an intimacy worker. But I think I did the right thing because I am not ashamed of my mom. I didn't even want to hide it in the first place. I wanted to tell him the truth, but my mom refused it. So, am I the jerk? I need to clear things out a bit. Javi knows everything about my life. He knows my dad fled the country and we had to live in poverty because of it. He knows my mom got pregnant way too young. I did give him hints that my mom had to do shady things to get by. He probably thought my mom stole things, but I didn't disclose that she was an intimacy worker. I wanted to tell him, but my mom said not to because she doesn't want this to escalate. Also, I never asked Javi to pay for my brother's education. He did it from the goodwill of his heart. I did promise to pay him back. I am not after his money. I do love him a lot. Even though we are broken up now, I still miss him. We have been together for 6 years. It is not easy to throw away those 6 years just like that. Evil stepfather gets what he deserves. When I was 15, my mom started dating a man she met on a dating website. I didn't like him the first time I met him, and 2 months later he moved into the house. About 3 weeks after he moved in, he took my skateboards, self-built halfpipe, ramps, BMX bike, ice hockey gear, and many other things to the dump one day while I was at school. He said he did this because he didn't want all of my crap cluttering up his garage. Maybe 2 months later he punched me in the stomach for the first time because I got up from the dinner table without asking to be excused. From there it escalated into full-fledged beatdowns for the smallest perceived slight to his authority. One day he decided to take my extensive Pokemon card collection, even more extensive comic book collection, my Game Boy and PS2 with all the assorted games, and my fantasy and sci-fi book collection, and got rid of it all because 15-year-old boys should be playing football and baseball, not being a nerd playing with Pokemon cards and reading comics and books. I would like to add that he was a middle school teacher, and in his off time refereed and umpired local middle and high school sports games. My mom never intervened, and in fact acquiesced when he demanded that she stop giving me lunch money, because the little poop will just spend it on comics and other gay poop. One day, I took maybe $3 and change out of his change jar so that I could buy a slice of pizza and some fruit punch during lunch at school, because I was tired of being hungry. My twin sister was always a bit of an asshole, and frequently blackmailed me into doing her chores from a young age. I was fed up and refused to do something, so she told him what I had done. This man actually called the police and pressed a larceny charge against me, and once the police had left, proceeded to beat me senseless. At that point I ran away. When the cops found me and returned me to my home, I found out that he had been trying to talk my mom into sending me away to military school or something of that nature. I ran away again, and between having run away several times and the larceny charge, ended up turning 16 in juvenile detention. I spent the next couple years miserable and afraid, frequently contemplating sewer slide. Once I was out on my own, I didn't speak to my mom for several years. We eventually reconciled, and by that point they had married. I was a lot bigger than I had been as a young teenager, and had gotten into weightlifting, so he no longer acted like he was going to punch me to make me flinch, much less actually hit me, and we basically avoided each other for the most part. My mother found out that she had stage 4 cancer, and no longer wanted to waste any of the time she had left with him, so she had a lawyer draft up a separation agreement whereby he would receive a set amount of money upon separation, and would have 45 days to retrieve his belongings from the house. He had spent his entire inheritance in 6 months and then had to sell his mother's house that he grew up in order to settle his debts shortly before they started dating, and my mother bought the house back from the bank before they married. She allowed him to keep the house and he moved back into his mother's house. My mother passed away about 9 months after their separation, and despite the agreement had been allowing him to come and get his stuff piecemeal, I put an immediate end to that. He was past the deadline to remove his personal effects, and they were now legally mine to dispose of as I saw fit. I sold his baseball card collection, around $14,000, and his autographed sports memorabilia, roughly $11,000, and also sold all of his woodworking equipment, along with several finished pieces of furniture that he had made, $6,500 I think. I kept his mother's engagement ring, platinum band 3 diamonds roughly 2 carats, wedding band, his coin collection. I also collect coins, and some tools and other odds and ends. Now comes the real fun. Around a month ago I finally saw him at the grocery store. As he was leaving I approached him. I told him I had sold his collections as he was pushing his cart out towards his car. He reacted exactly as I expected. He took a swing at me multiple times. I already had my phone ready to dial 911. Several of these punches missed, and the ones that did connect didn't have much effect because he's nowhere near as strong as he was 20 years ago in his 40s, and I no longer a skinny little 15-year-old. He continued to try to punch me as I spoke to the 911 operator, and was actively ramming his grocery cart into my new Toyota. As the police officers pulled into the parking lot, he was arrested for assault, communicating threats, and destruction of property. As a result he lost his job and pension at the local middle school, and because he had never learned how to save money while married to my somewhat wealthy mother, ended up having to sell his mother's house because he hired an expensive lawyer thinking he could somehow beat the charges. My nephew, who was on the football team, made it well known to his friends that he not only had just been arrested and convicted of assault as well as other charges, but that he had also beat me as a child, causing several parents to call for him to resign from refereeing and umpiring for local sports games. My niece and my girlfriend's much younger sister are enrolled at the middle school where he worked, and say that he was not only universally disliked, but when he came up to the school to get his belongings, he made a big scene and ended up hysterically crying as he was leaving. At least that's what they've heard from the kids who were attending summer school at the time. His son, who he was equally abusive towards as a child, refused to take him in or help him out, so the abusive stepfather ended up having to take a job as a cashier at Walmart so that he could afford the rent on his crappy little trailer in an absolutely awful neighborhood. Even though that Walmart is not the closest Walmart to my house, that is now the only place where I go grocery shopping or to purchase anything that I need. I purposely stand in line longer than I need to just so that he can be the one who has the pleasure of ringing up my purchases. The first time I went through his line he attempted to ring up multiple items more than one time to overcharge me, and when I called him on it, he said that I was mistaken. I asked for a manager, and the manager believed him that it was an accident, but he learned that he can't get away with that. The second time, I made sure to be as nice as possible and had to ask for a manager because he was overwhelmingly rude. The people in line behind me backed me up, and he got in some trouble for that. Every time I go there and step into line, I see him die a little bit inside, and it gives me such satisfaction. Sometimes I'll say that I'm paying with exact change, and as I'm about to hand him the money I'll say, oh, I didn't realize I had rare coin from his collection in my pocket. I guess I'll use my credit card. I just sold his expensive ratcheting wrench set. And so on Monday when he works again, I'm going to go buy my daughter one of their better above ground pools, and as he's ringing it out, tell him I know that daughter is just going to love this pool. It's not like I would have ever used those expensive ratcheting wrenches anyway. Parents of a beaten-up student wants to get my license revoked after I saved their son. This happened literally last Monday. For context, I'm a teacher, and I teach senior students. I am advising a class of STEM students, and handles all STEM and senior high subjects. Monday class starts like every Monday class, flag ceremony, went to classes, etc. At recess, I noticed that some teachers are talking to some grade 8 students VALP. I don't know that time that they're grade 8 students. It looked like they were up to no good, but I didn't bother to intervene, because we're professionals and trained to deal with those kind of stuff. After the classes, I was facilitating the cleaning of my classroom, and almost always goes home at almost 5 p.m. after most of the students and other teacher has gone off. I ride a motorcycle going to work. We own a car but rarely use it because it's impractical with the gas prices. My work is at least 9 kilometers or 6 miles away from home. As I was going home, noticed bunch of our student forming a circle, not sure of the term, but there are a bunch of them in an area, about 5 to 6 of them in a waiting shed and seemed to be hitting something. It got my curiosity stopped and turned back to see what they're up to. When I called them, they all ran away, panicked as they recognized me. I immediately saw a kid lying down the pavement and blood flowing. I rushed to the kid and checked if his breathing, put him to a recovery position, to his side, as I noticed his nose bleeding, a cut on his forehead, swollen left eye and other bruises. I opened the underseat box from my motorcycle and got a cloth, tied it with the rubber I had to his forehead. Called an emergency response. The kid woke up at this point and I told him to just lay down. Some bystanders noticed me as I yelled for help. I asked them if they knew the kid's parents and some of them recognized the kid and immediately ran to their house for his parents. After about 10 minutes an ambulance came, and as the ambulance came, I stood aside as they removed the cloth bandage I put on his forehead. They asked me some questions, and I told them the story. The parents arrived panicked, the mother was crying, and they went with the paramedics. I haven't had any update that day, went home, told my wife the story, and she kinda teased me because I saved someone today. That's her way of saying she's proud of me. I was trained as an emergency responder, and yes, I was proud of that. Today, I was attending a seminar, when I got a call from my school head. The parents of the kid wanted to file a case against me, because I didn't interfere earlier. I didn't do anything to avoid this conflict. As a teacher, I should know how to mitigate situations like this. I was negligent as a teacher. I did not prioritize the safety of their child and they claimed they contacted a lawyer, telling them that the school or me should be the one paying the hospital bills, because it was our fault this happened, or else they'll file a case. Turns out, the students I saw that some teachers are talking to, are the ones who beat up the kid. And the other teachers believe their stories that they were just talking that time. The kid's name is Alvin, not real name, and he was a shy kid, with problems with his left eye. He was getting bullied because of that, and now, the doctor said that he may never see with that eye again. It broke my heart. Tomorrow, I should be attending the second day of my seminar, but I will go talk to the parents, straighten things up. I understand that they're just run by their emotions. I know I didn't do anything wrong. I don't even know their kid up to that point and it happened outside the school parameter, so the school have no authority or obligations. I'm not pointing any blame to others. I just kinda feel guilty, knowing that what if I talked to the students earlier that Monday, I don't know, maybe I could have handled things better. Class clown took it too far. Junior year in high school in Algebra 2, the teacher was kind of a douche, so this one guy, let's call him Mike, would give him a hard time. This was a regular thing, and Mike would get kicked out of class for saying and doing some inappropriate stuff, but we all thought it was hilarious. One day, our teacher didn't show up to class. Word got around that his oldest son had died of a substance overdose and he had to take some personal time off. He didn't show back up until a week later and he looked really sullen and down. During class, Mike pulled out a can of Coca-Cola and started sipping it nonchalantly. Teacher had a strict no eating or drinking in class policy and Mike was aware of this. He told Mike to throw it away and step outside. Mike, the absolute effing savage, says, "Look, I know you don't like Coke, but I'm sure your son did." Nobody laughed, just silence. Some people didn't get it. The ones who did were just too shocked to say anything like me. Mike threw his drink away and walked out of the classroom while the teacher just sort of haphazardly continued his lesson, although we could tell Mike's comment effed him up. For the rest of the class, nobody said a word. The next day, the teacher was out yet again, and also the next day, and the next. He never came back to our school, and Mike was never the same after that. My wife treats me like an outsider in my own family. I have no one. I have been married for 15 years. I have known my wife since I was 8. We have 3 daughters together. 17, 14, and 11. I'm tired of feeling like I'm an outsider in my relationships with all of them. I'm just an ATM and taxi service to my kids. My wife hasn't kissed me in 6 months. She has not said that she loves me in 1.5 years. No matter how much I communicate, try to plan anything or do anything, it is always shot down, forgotten, or dismissed. I don't get angry and don't yell. I don't get physical. I like to splurge during birthdays and Mother's Day. I throw parties and give gifts and try to show how much I love them. I get a lukewarm, thanks, and if I'm lucky, a side hug that lasts 0.0001 seconds. This week was the breaking point. Father's Day. I wake up to an empty house. Odd. No note, nothing was written on the calendar, and nothing said beforehand. I sent a text, and I get back. I took the girls out for a spa day, don't wait up. Then nothing, literally nothing. Dinner time comes around, and they get home. How their say was, it was fine. I asked what they would like for dinner. Nothing, we already ate at one of my favorite restaurants. Cool, whatever. There is no mention of it being Father's Day. No, I love you, how are you? Nothing. Fast forward to Wednesday. Which was my birthday. Nothing. Literally again, nothing. I suggested plans. They get shot down. I suggested food. Nope, shot down. Ask about watching a movie, they are all too busy, they just sat on their phones doing nothing. Now to Thursday night. I'm in bed. My wife is next to me. She rolls over and says in a crappy tone, "Oh, your birthday was the other day. I guess you expect to have intimacy." That broke something in me, best of my memory of how it went down. I said no, I don't expect intimacy. At this point, I don't expect anything anymore. Her, what is that supposed to mean? So I started asking her questions. When was the last time we shared a kiss? Like a week? Nope, it was in December, and it was during her parents' holiday party. When was the last time we had intimacy? The beginning of the year? Nope, wrong, it has been over a year. She was adamant that we did it in February. I was dealing with my mom's health and her passing. So I said something like, "You may have had intimacy, but it wasn't with me. When was the last time you said you love me?" I say it all the time. Not to me, check your messages / you don't say it to me face to face. Well, you should just know I do. When was the last time we went on a date? Long pause. Her, you're being unfair. Emotions turned on fully. I was crying and raising my voice at this point. It asks her how? She can't answer. I asked her how wanting any sign of love from anyone in the house is unfair. If expecting anything for my birthday or Father's Day was unfair. She got an oh shit look. Yeah, you forgot that as well. I'm not an ATM, I'm not a taxi service, I'm not a punching bag. She asked why this was coming up out of the blue. It didn't. I have tried to talk to my family and again get dismissed or ignored. I brought up examples. I got an I didn't know you were serious. I didn't know it was such a big deal. I left saying something to the point of, if you want to pretend that I'm invisible and don't exist, fine, you don't have to pretend anymore. I left the house at almost midnight. On Thursday / Friday morning. Haven't been home since. I'm not sure what to do now. I'm finally sober enough to think, but I don't know what to do. First time drinking in over 15 years by the way, and I'm not going to drink anymore. I love my family. But I can't keep this up. I don't know what more I can do. I think they would be happier without me. They already act like I don't exist. I can't be the one who is blamed for everything. If I truly am the problem, then me not being there should fix it. I can't do it anymore. I have tried to be a good provider, a good partner, and a good dad. Never missed an event of our kids. Never prioritized work. I kept good hours so I could see them more. Took on more responsibility to better our life and future. But, it is never appreciated. It is never enough. I am never enough. I only have one message from my wife: I'm sorry for making you feel that way. We all love you, and we are here for you when you want to come home and talk. That is it. No other messages. No calls. Nothing from the kids. I feel like if they really wanted me there, they would try reaching out more. All of the kids have their own phone. I don't know what she told them. I'm sure they heard me raise my voice. Me raising my voice would have definitely got their attention, since I never do. I'm sure they heard me leave. I just don't know.
My inconsiderate husband wants to pay for his dead girlfriend's sister's wedding, so I gave him an ultimatum. I have been with my husband for almost a decade. We have 3 children together, and we are currently expecting our 4th child. He is an amazing father to our kids, and I couldn't ask for a better husband. He also has a very close friendship with his late girlfriend's younger sister Clara. 17 years ago, my husband's girlfriend, who was also his childhood best friend, passed away at only 15 years old, in an accident that my husband survived. My husband has known Clara since she was a baby, and he treats her like his own little sister. Her family had a lot of financial problems, while my husband has a very high-earning career. He says he felt guilty letting her struggle while he has all this money he doesn't use. Clara's home life was very dysfunctional, especially after her mom went to prison, and she views my husband as a kind of father figure. He always attended her dance recitals, school plays, and sports events. He brings her along to our family vacations. She visits our place at least once a week, often staying overnight, and our guest bedroom has pretty much become her bedroom now. He's spending a lot of money on her. Any gift she wanted, he would buy for her no matter how much it cost, like electronics, jewelry, and designer clothes. He bought her a car for her 16th birthday, even when she hadn't gotten her license yet. He paid for her to have custom-made dresses for both of her proms. He was extremely supportive of Clara during her pregnancy, paying for her daughter's expenses and helping Clara look after her. He paid for all her college tuition, school supplies, as well as her living costs. Recently, Clara got engaged, and my husband told me he wanted to help pay for the wedding and buy her her own house as a wedding present. I said this was getting out of hand. I understand that he feels guilty over surviving the accident that unalived his girlfriend, but we've got a lot of expenses coming up with a new baby. He says he sees Clara as part of our family and he can afford to take care of her as well as our kids. I said that it was sweet how much he cared about her, but he shouldn't be prioritizing Clara's needs over his actual family. He says that he's not taking care of her out of obligation or guilt, but because he's developed a genuine bond with her, and there's no reason he shouldn't use his own wealth to help her out. I told him that he should limit his expenses with her or I will leave him. Am I the a-hole?
My girlfriend is a Holocaust denier. She was bawling her eyes out when I gave her an ultimatum. The title is as simple as it sounds: my girlfriend doesn't believe that the Holocaust actually happened. She believes that it was all a liberal or socialist piece of propaganda coordinated by FDR and his administration to make us feel sorry for Jews. She claims that FDR founded the alt-left and his influence is slowly leading to Jews taking over our country to this day. This is some pretty white nationalist type of thinking. I mean, I care about my girlfriend, but this revelation is really changing my perspective on her. We formed such a healthy relationship before all of this. Our first anniversary is coming up in October, but I really don't know where to go with the reveal that she believes these things. Do I simply ignore these beliefs and continue going strong with our relationship, or is it time to cut ties? Before I talked with her about breaking up this morning, I asked her some of her other thoughts on certain issues, one of them being the Sandy Hook shooting. She actually does believe that Adam Lanza went on a shooting spree at the school and unalived all of those children and teachers, but she believes that he was a mere pawn in a false flag operation conducted by Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, and the Obama family. Not just Barack, but Michelle and Barack's father who, according to her, is an undercover Kenyan warlord who's involved in some deal that makes him money at the expense of Americans losing their guns. As far as her other beliefs, they're pretty typical far-right conspiracies. She thinks vaccines cause autism, Obama was born in Kenya, 9/11 was perpetrated by Israel, and Hillary Clinton runs an intimacy slave operation in the basement of a pizza shop. When I asked her where she gets her information, she didn't go into specifics, but all she said was, a website run by true Americans. When it came to the actual breakup, I gave her an ultimatum. Either she does legitimate research on these topics and opens up her mind to real facts instead of unreliable far-right websites, or we break up, simple as that. She immediately told me to get effed by a Jew and said that no amount of evidence would ever change her beliefs. So, I blatantly told her then and there that we were breaking up and that's that. As far as her reaction goes, she started to scrunch up her face like she was about to cry, but that look was gone and replaced by anger. She started telling me off for being brainwashed by our liberal media and fake news. Just typical far-right, Trump-supporting nonsense, but then she said something that made me laugh. She said that she was going to start writing a book about our relationship and how much of a cuck I am. As soon as I stopped laughing at that response, I told her that she'd find someone else to date at the next Unite the Right rally and I saw myself out.
My jealous sister-in-law wore a white gown to my wedding, so I ruined her dress. My sister-in-law has always acted kind of cold toward me, but I never thought her jealous behavior would ever go this far. I started dating my husband 5 years ago and we've been engaged for about a year and a half now. I get along with everyone in my husband's family except for his younger sister Alyssa, who is currently 20 years old. The rest of his family was always welcoming and polite to me, but every time I saw her, she gave me dirty looks and talked to whoever was around me instead of talking straight to me. She has such an annoying habit of speaking directly to my husband while I'm standing right next to him. This literally happens every time I see her. So much so that I asked my husband about Alyssa's behavior one day. All he said was that she had always been really attached to him while growing up since he was her only big brother. Look, I have siblings too, but I don't let my attachments to them lead me to disrespect their partners. Alyssa is very reliant on my husband and calls him almost every day and gets upset if he doesn't stay on the phone with her for at least an hour. Even though it was an ongoing issue in our marriage, I just let her bullshit slide since it was really the only problem in my relationship. I figured Alyssa was just young and needy and that her treatment of me and her clinginess to my husband might improve with age. Well, looks like I was completely wrong, because the minute my husband and I got engaged, her behavior got 100% worse. For example, when my husband and I held a dinner at our house to announce our engagement, Alyssa burst out in tears the moment we shared the happy news. Mind you, this is a 20-year-old woman crying her eyes out of my dinner table saying that she was never going to see her big bro again. At one point, she even said she doesn't deserve this poop. My husband's mom just took her home after congratulating us, but she basically ruined the entire dinner out of her own selfishness. During the wedding planning, Alyssa would act the same self-absorbed way if I tried to include her in anything. I tried to invite her to try on bridesmaid dresses, but she spent the whole time texting my husband and FaceTiming her friends at full volume. It was ridiculous. There she was in the dress shop surrounded by me and my friends, and she was talking loudly on the phone to her friends about how effing bored she was and how she would rather be anywhere else. I started to get incredibly annoyed with Alyssa's worsening treatment of me, so I stopped including her in anything until the wedding. After she wasn't invited to my bachelorette party, she called my husband sobbing, claiming that I was bullying her. Honestly, I overheard this call, and hearing my husband baby his grown sister over the phone made my skin crawl. Apparently, Alyssa was demanding that I apologize to her for not inviting her. But when my husband told me this, I laughed, thinking he was joking. I took this opportunity to tell my husband how sick I was of her immature bullshit and that I didn't want to hear about her again until after the wedding. He seemed frustrated with me, and that week he spent a lot of time on the phone with her. Whatever I had wedding planning to do anyway. Like I said, Alyssa is really the only topic my husband and I disagree on, so I plan to let sleeping dogs lie until after the wedding. I hadn't heard from Alyssa in weeks before the day of our wedding, and I should have known that she was planning another selfish stunt to make another day all about her. I just never thought she would be so cruel and bold about it. The only thing worse about what she did to me on the day of my wedding was my husband's reaction. My jealous sister-in-law wore a white gown to my wedding, so I ruined her dress. In my initial post, I went into detail about my sister-in-law's extreme jealousy towards me and her clingy nature towards my husband. She had always been nasty to me, and whenever the attention was on me, she would make a scene to get it back on her. She and my husband are very close and they spend an hour on the phone every day. If not, she becomes upset. Honestly, looking back, I see all the red flags and I should have put my foot down about Alyssa long before the wedding. Anyway, the weeks before the wedding, I hadn't heard from Alyssa, and I was busy preparing things for the big day. My husband and I were super excited and it felt like there was nothing that could ruin the day for us. Boy, was I wrong. As long as Alyssa was in attendance, our wedding was getting destroyed. The day is my wedding. I woke up ecstatic. I had no idea how painful the day would end. I was in the dressing room getting my makeup done when Alyssa arrived. All my bridesmaids were in good moods, all getting ready and supporting me. When Alyssa arrived, she bragged about how she had spent her last 2 paychecks on her dress because she needed to look her best for my special day. I will never forget the smug smile that spread across her face when she unzipped her dress bag and revealed a long white gown. It looked exactly like a wedding dress. I could barely react. Yet again, Alyssa was trying to steal my thunder and I was in shock at her audacity. Before I could ever respond, my maid of honor, who was also my best friend, started laying into her. She screamed at Alyssa for thinking she could wear a wedding dress to her own sister-in-law's wedding and called her a selfish, crazy peach. Alyssa looked at me and said, "Are you really gonna let her talk to me that way?" All I said was yep, and Alyssa grabbed her dress and ran out crying like a child. I texted my mother-in-law to ask her to try and get her under control, and she said she would try and find her anyway. I figured that was the end of that, though I was sorely mistaken. I didn't see any of my wedding guests until it was time for me to walk down the aisle. I wish so bad I had double-checked that Alyssa had changed or gone home, because she wholly ruined this moment for me. They opened the curtains for me to walk out, and of course, the very first thing my eyes went to was Alyssa standing in the front row with her ridiculous white gowns played out over the other guest feet. When I met her gaze, she gave me that same smug, hateful smile, knowing I had no choice but to continue the ceremony with her standing there in an effing wedding dress. My jealous sister-in-law wore a white gown to my wedding, so I ruined her dress. I read my vows with tears in my eyes, but they weren't tears of happiness. I felt Alyssa's evil eyes burning holes in my back my entire time up at the altar. She truly robbed me of what should have been one of the happiest moments of my life. After we walked out to my reception, I made a beeline to Alyssa, who was still in her gown, and asked her what the hell she thought she was doing. She literally laughed in my face and said, "Oh, did I hit a nerve? I deserve to feel beautiful one last time before you take my brother away from me forever." Okay. I told her she was embarrassing herself and please go change or leave the venue. She started raising her voice at me, saying she was there for my husband, not his old hag. This comment pushed me over the edge. I walked away to try and calm down and saw my husband heading towards us. I thought he was coming to comfort me, but I guess I shouldn't have been surprised when he walked right past me and took a crying Alyssa into a tight hug. I just looked at my husband, realizing I had no sadness left inside me, just rage. He held her tightly and stroked her hair. I could see him glancing over at me and then looking at her and saying, "Sorry, I had it." I had it with both of them. We had a type of lukewarm tomato soup served at our wedding called gazpacho. I was numb. I didn't care about my marriage, any wedding, or any social norms anymore. I walked over to the huge bowl of soup and picked it up. I carried it over to Alyssa and my husband, and I tossed the entire bowl over both of them. Alyssa screamed at the top of her lungs as the soup destroyed her big, gaudy dress. If I hadn't been so numb, I would have burst out laughing. My husband yelled at me and immediately started cleaning his sister off. I just turned on my heels and walked out of my own wedding. I took an Uber to a hotel and turned off my phone. It was one of the most depressing moments of my life. Laying there on the crappy hotel bed in my wedding dress. The only thing I could do was cry. I knew I had flown off the handle and made a scene. But as soon as my husband walked past me to comfort his sister, I knew our relationship was over anyway. I'm going to reach out to my friends and a divorce lawyer tomorrow. I may have broken a record for the shortest marriage ever. How did your marriage end? He came home from work, ate dinner, and said, "I want you to do something and I don't want you to fight me on this. I want a divorce." I was completely blindsided. Then he packed a bag and left for his mother's house. I made him leave his key. He didn't understand that. How will I get in the house? I replied that he had no reason to enter the house when I wasn't home. He didn't live there anymore. He was shocked. I started thinking about his infidelity and the microaggressions that had recently increased. For Christmas he had given me a bottle of men's cologne. That's it. Of course, he kept it for himself. It was evident that he had given my gift absolutely no thought. So instead of begging him to stay, I emptied out the joint accounts and made an appointment with a family attorney for the next day. Of course he wanted to drag things out. He came to get his things the same week, and I watched TV while he packed and loaded the car. He actually asked me to help. I said this is something you want to do, not me. Before he left, I told him that I know he is still committing adultery and that my attorney said he should be careful about that. Lots of denying and sputtering, but the thing that bothered him most was my getting a lawyer. He actually said, "You got a lawyer? You know I will always take care of you. Don't you trust me?" By the way, he told me the reason he needed space was the children are grown now, so I don't have to pretend anymore. I never wanted a family that I had to hang out with, so that was the end. A year later, a judge granted me about a third of his assets and income as alimony until I remarry or die. We were married 32 years, and I was 65 years old. I'm sitting pretty comfortably and very peacefully in a different city, except for incidental paperwork handled by my attorney. I have no contact. I don't have to pretend anymore, either.
What's the worst thing you ever heard over the mic while playing a video game? This was back during Modern Warfare 2, Team Deathmatch. There was this one kid, sounded around 12 to 14 years old, who was getting his ass handed to him game after game. The whole game he was loud and obnoxious, usually oh mama jokes, 1v1 me kid, and claiming he was the best after dying more times than he got kills. Finally, one game the other team was able to start spawn camping, glory days of the shitty MW2 spawn system, and this kid lost it. First he started getting pissed, cussing them out, then he started crying and pleading for them to stop. Then he calmed down and started saying, "This isn't even fun. Why would you do this? You guys aren't even having fun. These kids are losers, they suck, they can't even play, blah blah blah." Then he went quiet for around 2 minutes, and then I guess lost it. He starts screaming, crying, yelling at everyone saying he's gonna find out where they live and how they're assholes, etc. Throughout the games everyone was kinda telling him to shut up, or just egging him on and saying he sucks, but everyone went quiet for this. He was a train wreck. You could hear him sobbing while insulting everyone. Literally went insane over the mic. Then we heard a loud crashing sound and the sound of glass breaking. In-game his character stopped moving. Then we hear him going, "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no," multiple times. We hear his mom come in and gasp, then start yelling at him while the kid is apologizing the whole time. Apparently, he had thrown his controller and broken the TV, which from the sounds of the mother, seems like it was pretty expensive. But it didn't end there. The mother then calls the father into the room, and he starts going off on the kid. Then we hear the kid saying he wants to turn off his headset. He had dropped it when he broke the TV, because everyone was hearing him, but his dad just said no and took his headset. Then the kid starts crying and pleading with his dad to give it back to him. The dad I guess loses it at this point and says he's bringing over the hammer. At this point he leaves and the kid goes out with him. The guy is still online and headset is still active. All of us in game are quietly waiting to see what happens next, and it's pretty quiet for about a minute. Next thing we hear is the father saying he's done and the kid just saying, "No please don't." The father shouts a couple phrases at the kid. It was so loud we couldn't even understand through those shitty 2010 headsets. Then we hear a loud hammering sound a couple times before the kid disconnects from the game. Safe to assume the poor kid's Xbox was smashed to bits, along with his TV and controller. Everyone in game just kind of took a second to process what happened, then burst out laughing. Nobody had ever heard something like this before. Personally, I think the whole thing was pretty depressing. I hope the kid's doing okay now.
You and your boyfriend cannot use me as a cash cow. Last week, myself, my sibling, their partner and our mom went out to a nice new restaurant in town as our mother had been wanting to go for a while. So we both decided to bring her as a treat. As I have food allergies and am recovering from jaw surgery, I have limited foods I can eat, therefore I only got a couple sides that were easy to chew and swallow. My meal was $25 total, mom's total was $65, and my sibling and her partner's meals were each well over $150. When the server came to our table to ask about the checks, I stated I was paying for mine and we were splitting our mother's 50-50. This left my sibling and her partner to pay for their own meal and half of our mother's. They threw a fit and told me I was being stingy and selfish because the whole bill should have been split down the middle since it's a family outing. I stated that this outing was for our mother because she's been wanting to go and we decided to treat her to it, but that I am not required to pay for their meals just because we're family. They were heated and began getting angry with me, then gave me the silent treatment the whole ride home. My mother agrees that I should not have been paying for their food as they were most likely expecting a cheap nice meal, but they've now taken to FB to complain about selfish family. Keep in mind, I don't use FB, but mom does and saw the post. That made other family members call and text me to tell me I'm selfish and insecure because I'm single, etc. It got chaotic. At that point, as my receipt was sent to me email and my sister had hers sent to my email for me to SS and text to her, she said her email was too full. My mother decided to post both receipts on FB to show that I wasn't the selfish one. Now those same family members are going off on my sister and her partner for being selfish, while also telling me I had not business airing out the truth because they have a right to be angry that I wouldn't pay their way and saying now I'm starting drama. My nasty wrinkly professor kissed me. I, 24, have been working with this professor, 67, for a few months and he's always been a bit touchy. I just finished my master's and this summer, I've been working at an academic summer camp and one of my graduate school professors, we'll call him John, he's 67, also lives here year round, he just flies to the city where he teaches every week. I ran into him in town last week and he said if I had a day off we should get together for dinner. I immediately accepted. I've had dinner alone with John twice before, as he always takes out the grad students one-on-one. As first years, my female friends and I initially found his invitation strange, but we ultimately decided he was harmless. We'd all been out with him alone and nothing strange had ever happened. He's a very talkative guy who usually spent the first 20 minutes of class asking us about our lives, so we decided he was just really friendly. Sometimes though, he likes to hold your hand too long or hug you without asking. It seemed really innocent, so I thought nothing of it. So, a few nights ago we had dinner. It was fine, same as usual. He asked a few questions about my summer but mostly talked about himself. He's always been this way, a bit self-obsessed, so it's hard to get a word in during conversation. We mostly talked about the grad program and our respective summer travels abroad. Innocent conversation, nothing weird. When we left, we walked down the sidewalk together until we had to go in different directions. I thanked him for dinner, moved to turn around, and he surprised me by pulling me into a hug and giving me a long, loud kiss on the cheek. At first I thought it was kind of funny, maybe just a European affectation he decided to use since we'd been talking about travel, but after a few minutes I began to feel kind of grossed out. I even felt a little bit of tongue on my cheek. I'm not especially close to this professor. I had 2 classes with him and that's it. I tried to imagine the scenario with different people, with one of my other male professors or with me and one of my male students, and it seemed to me that what happened was wildly inappropriate. John has never done anything like that in the city where our university is, not to me or any of the girls in my cohort, so I feel like being far away made him bold. He knew no one else was around and he could get away with crossing some boundaries. Am I overthinking this? Was he just saying goodbye? I've certainly had people kiss me on the cheek as a greeting, but they've all been older females and it's always been just a quick peck, never a loud, wet smooch. And it's usually not embarrassing. There were people around, and as I walked away they definitely gave me weird looks. My friends in my cohort said John definitely crossed a line and that if I want to reach out to him and say what he did was not okay, that would be totally reasonable. My mom, who can sometimes have old-fashioned attitudes about assault and harassment, was 100% on my side and said he was taking advantage of me. If my program were actually over, I'd just let it go, but I'm going to be teaching there another year and will be around this professor at department events. I'll definitely see him less than usual, but that's not the point. Our program is predominantly female, and I can't help but wonder if I ought to say something to somebody else in power. But then I'd feel embarrassed. It's not like he did anything overtly sexual. I have no idea what to do. I've felt nauseated ever since it happened, and the more I think about it, the madder I get.
When is the best thing you've heard someone sleep talk? Wash the salad, mother effer. They then paused and said, bitch. I turned over in bed and my boyfriend said while soundly asleep, that was pretty slutty. My wife sat up in the middle of the night and told me to get the effing jetpacks ready, then lay back down. Honey, wake up. It's time for bed. My fiance woke me up very, very aggressively and said, a duck is a duck that leads the gray ducklings, and promptly fell back asleep. Not the worst motto ever, I suppose. Sleeping over at a buddy's place in high school. Our one friend sits up, turns to look at us and says, hey guys, we're all out of poop. I have never cried as hard as I did that night. I'm the type of person that enjoys nighttime because everyone else is asleep. I was vacationing with my family and reading a book in bed in the same room as my younger brother. Out of nowhere, he sits straight up and starts complaining about the damn mosquitoes and who left the tent unzipped. At first I was startled, but upon realizing he wasn't awake, I started laughing. My brother turned his head eerily slowly in my direction and uttered, it's no laughing matter, and then went back to sleep. I didn't get any sleep the rest of the night. I kept the CD player in the fridge so it won't spoil.
What's a thing all men do but never admit doing? Realizing that someone was flirting with you like 5 years late. Taking steps back from the urinal to see how much strength we have while peeing. Feel crushing loneliness. Pick up signs but not act on them for to the fear of misinterpreting. And then act oblivious. Remember compliments years after they're given. Pee on the poo stains in the toilet bowl. Efficiency. Grab their own butt to see what it feels like. Imagine a million outcomes when a random girl sees us eye to eye. Adjust the shaft in public when no one's watching, at least when we think no one is. Shave our mustache down to a Hitler stash for 5 seconds just to see what it would look like out of morbid curiosity.
My husband lied about having cancer and it cost us our son's life. For a little background, I, 38 female, married my husband, 39 male, when I was 23. We were very much in love and got married after dating for 2 years. I've never felt insecure in our relationship. I always felt like I had a great husband. While my friends and neighbors were divorcing, me and my husband rarely had issues greater than arguments here and there. I felt like I had a perfect family. We have 2 kids, a son and a daughter. Our son is 14 and our daughter is 11. Recently, our son became reclusive, locking himself up in his room, spending all day on his phone or his computer. I did encourage him to open up and get some fresh air, but of course he ignored me. I figured it was just teen stuff. I was the same at his age. All my friends and family said he'd grow out of it. Now, my husband is a cancer survivor. He developed bone cancer at the age of 12, and was constantly in and out of the hospital until he was 17 when he beat it. He always talks about having cancer, how he was stripped of his childhood and how we, our family, should be appreciative of our lives. I've never been anything but supportive of him and I know health is a very sensitive topic for him. Fast forward to now, 2 weeks ago our son ended it himself. I don't want to get into the details but I found him in his room. This is truly the most horrible thing I have ever been through and I'm still trying to recover, but the situation with my husband has only made this so much worse. In my son's note, he says he feels useless, that he's unappreciative, lazy, and that his dad managed to beat cancer and yet he can barely wake up in the morning. My husband was very distraught over this. I assured him this wasn't his fault, but he was inconsolable, especially about that part specifically. My husband was a wreck, I was too, but I still had to make funeral arrangements and break the news. I called my in-laws to tell them what happened. It's very important to know that I don't talk to my in-laws unless it's about the kids. My husband is almost completely no contact with his family besides his sister, but she lives in a different state. I told them a bit about what my son wrote and mentioned the cancer. My mother-in-law was very confused. What? Cancer? I didn't know what she meant, so I said yeah. He felt like he wasn't as good as his father since he survived cancer, but he couldn't do basic things. My mother-in-law then said what? He never had cancer. I was so shocked and confused. I told her he did and he always talks about it, but he assured me he never had it. My husband always has terrible things to say about his mom, so I wasn't sure if I should believe her or not. He calls his parents, especially his mom, abusive and narcissistic. But after the call ended, she sent me photos of my husband in his youth, pictures of him on the soccer team in 10th grade. But my husband always told me he could never join any sports because he was always in and out of the hospital. This basically proved it. I was furious and blamed him for what happened to our son. After my husband came home, this all happened while he was getting groceries. I yelled and screamed until I couldn't anymore. At first he denied it, but after I showed him the proof he stayed silent. I couldn't believe it. I punched him in the face, then went outside to get some fresh air. I'm honestly not a very violent person, but this is genuinely the most mad I've ever been in my entire life. I still don't know what to do. My son's funeral has passed, but I am still absolutely furious. I've been sleeping on the couch and only talking to him when needed. How do I tell my daughter? Should I? How do I tell all my friends who see his bullcrap posts about being a survivor that he's a piece of shit and a liar? I don't know what to do. I feel so destroyed. I feel so conflicted. I hate him to my core, but I still love him. Like I said, our marriage has always been good. I've been in love with him for so long now I don't know how to stop. I've relied on him and looked to him for comfort, built a family with him, and now I feel backstabbed. It makes me wonder what else he has lied about.
What is something interesting you found out about women after you started living with them? They're cold. Hands, feet, legs, nose, masters of torture, lots of hair ties and small socks. They don't just prefer, but critically need a bin in the bathroom. They open things like a pack of raccoons. They fart like a man in their sleep and deny it to the bitter end. Period. Poops. I grew up with a sister, so I thought I knew everything about living with women, but in college I had a female roommate, and whenever her Aunt Flo came to visit, she would blow up the toilet so bad I couldn't use it for a good 20 to 30 minutes. You could weave a bath mat with the amount of their hair that ends up on the bathroom floor. Always ask, do you want a solution to your problem or just a listening ear? Because I found out that crying about the same thing for an hour every other day apparently doesn't need a fix, just tears.
My cherished dog passed away today. Share your comfort stories? Today, I experienced the heartbreaking loss of my beloved dog, Archer. The weight of guilt weighs heavily on me, as he passed away in my car while we were on our way to visit my grandparents. It has been scorching hot in Texas lately, with our air conditioning failing us during those unbearable days, making our home incredibly uncomfortable. We took a break during the journey to allow Archer, a pug with breathing issues, to relieve himself and drink water. He was panting heavily, which I attributed to his breed's predisposition for respiratory difficulties. In an attempt to provide relief, I started the car, rolled down the windows, and cranked up the AC to cool down the car for the remainder of the trip. I thought my efforts had been successful, as I no longer heard Archer's panting. Little did I know, he was quietly slipping away. As we neared my grandparents' house, my husband mentioned catching a whiff of pee, but he didn't say anything at the time, assuming it was due to the rural areas we were passing through. It wasn't until we arrived at our destination that I heard my husband's anguished screams. Archer was unresponsive. Hastily, my husband removed him from the crate and began shaking him, while I implored him to check for a heartbeat. It was apparent that Archer had stopped breathing, his eyes wide open. Archer had left us alone and silently in the car. Just earlier, he had been brimming with excitement for the car ride, as he adored traveling and visiting his grandparents. He had whined with excitement when he witnessed us preparing the car for the trip, fully aware that an adventure awaited. Little did he know that he would find his final resting place on this journey, at his grandparents' house. Archer was an extraordinary dog, possessing a boundless love for all creatures, human and animal alike. He was only 5 years old. Archer will forever hold the distinction of being the first and last dog my husband and I shared together. I bestowed upon him the name of a character from my favorite childhood movie, Small Soldiers. Today, I witnessed my husband shed tears for the first time as he dug a grave for Archer. Speaking with my husband feels daunting, as I suspect he secretly places blame on me. Despite my full-time job, my husband formed a stronger bond with Archer due to his extended stays at home. Archer provided him with companionship during my deployments and training trips. He always lay close by as we played video games, and he adored our cats. Now, our feline companions will experience confusion when Archer doesn't return home with us. I am consumed by the feeling that I caused the loss of my dog today. All I can do is implore others to appreciate their pets fully. Let us not grow angry when accidents occur, as they are not deliberate. Let us not become frustrated when our dogs exhibit canine behaviors like destructive urges. Let us not find annoyance when they display excitement and jump on us. Allow them onto our furniture and do not take them for granted. Now, I return home without Archer's joyful greeting. I lack the company he provided during my morning routines as I prepared for work. There is no furry friend eagerly awaiting the taste of a post-dinner treat, be it a bit of bacon or leftover meat. I have no one to play with or annoy me with their endearing snores. There is no recipient for my silly songs. Please, love your pets deeply and cherish every moment with them. My ex locked me out of my bedroom, so I broke up with her. Now everyone says I'm overreacting. So me and my ex dated for about a year and a half now, and things were pretty easy going up until now, but I really need a little bit of help to see if I'm being unreasonable. My ex-girlfriend and I got into a mild argument basically surrounding our Halloween plans. She wanted to go out, I did not, and told her that she's more than welcome to go out, but going out into that many people would only stress me out. I have agoraphobia, so I'll be watching horror movies on the couch that night. She got pissed at me for not letting her have input into what I do for Halloween, which I would understand if we were spending it together, but we don't have to anyway, so what's the issue? Well, after that she keeps trying to get me to agree to go out, but I refuse because I would be entirely miserable the entire time. Finally she screams at me that I'm on the couch tonight and slams my bedroom door behind her, wouldn't let me into my own bedroom all night. My girlfriend doesn't live here. She spends the night, but she has her own space. I would consider doing what she did, not just out of the question but deeply disrespectful and toxic, so in the morning I sat her down and explained that while the Halloween issue was blown out of hand, I was going to be ending the relationship because I did not feel respected anymore. She was nearly hysterical, asking if I was serious, that it isn't a big deal and all kinds of other stuff I expected. What I wasn't expecting was my other friends agreeing, and saying that a girl dumping you on the couch is just part of having a girlfriend, so I'm just overreacting. My family is on my side. My dad even laughed when I told him the story, but basically other than my dad, my brothers and my stepmom, everyone thinks it was too much. So I guess I'm asking for help recognizing if I did? I do know that I tend to get a little harsh when it comes to things I view as disrespectful, so I'm open to hearing opinions. I am 19, hate that my mom 46F has Tinder. I F 23, absolutely hate that my mom 49F is on Tinder. It's not because I'm a prude or don't believe in my mom's right to find love and companionship, but the thought of my mom getting down and dirty with random strangers from the internet makes me squirm. To make matters worse, I accidentally stumbled upon her Tinder profile while swiping on my own account. I thought it was some kind of sick joke or maybe a catfish account, but nope, it was my mom, posing in a skimpy top and offering up all kinds of suggestive comments in her bio. I confronted her about it and let's just say things got heated. She claims that she's just having fun and exploring her options, but I can't help but feel disgusted. The worst part of it all? I stayed over at her house to help with some chores and accidentally stumbled upon some spicy videos on her laptop. I won't go into details, but let's just say that I am traumatized for life. I'm at a loss for what to do. Part of me wants to delete her Tinder profile and pretend like nothing ever happened, while another part of me wants to confront her and tell her how grossed out I am by her actions. So here I am, seeking advice from you guys. Has anyone else been in a similar situation? How did you handle it? I need some serious help before I can ever look my mom in the eyes again. Oh, and if anyone has some therapy recommendations, hit me up. I am going to need it after this experience. I decided to confront my mom about her Tinder profile. I was expecting a heated argument, but instead she broke down and started crying. She told me that she had been feeling lonely and unfulfilled in her marriage for years, and that she was desperately searching for a connection. She was scared of what people would think if they found out she was on Tinder, but she was desperate to find someone who could make her feel alive again. My heart broke for my mom. I wanted to be angry and disgusted, but all I felt was sadness and empathy. I hugged her and told her that I was here for her no matter what. We talked for hours and I finally understood why she had been so desperate to find love on the internet. I'm still not sure what to do about my mom's Tinder profile. Part of me wants to delete it and pretend like nothing ever happened, while another part of me wants her to find the connection she so desperately needs. I guess only time will tell.
A lot of male idols are sexist or misogynistic because of their conservative upbringing. I've talked about this before, and while plenty of people agree, others have something different to say. I feel like it's a very hard to swallow pill for a lot of fans. What it came down to was those people saying, no, I'm convinced XYZ idol would say something about it if it happened in front of him. He has proved himself to be a feminist numerous times. I just know those fans are aware of how untrue that is. I think the major problem is people that aren't Asian or don't understand Asian culture have a hard time understanding how deeply rooted sexism really is here. I'm an Asian female myself who grew up partly in the West, yet sexism and misogyny were extremely prevalent in my household/community. A lot of things that would raise eyebrows in the West, although the West has its own share of sexism too, will go unnoticed in Asian countries because they're just that normalized. It's not that surprising that male idols, so Asian men, share this mindset. Becoming an idol doesn't suddenly undo years of ingrained misogyny. In fact, I think the K-pop industry probably adds fuel to the fire. I've only been actively into K-pop for a few months now, but the amount of "I want a wife who will stay at home and take care of the kids/cook/cleans" I've heard from male idols is astonishing. Again, I'm not surprised, it's expected, and I'm not saying that example per se is sexist, but it does give me a good indication of their conservative views. To be honest, watching Korean variety in general just shows a lot of openly sexism. Now, I'm not saying conservative equals sexist, but in Asia they aren't necessarily mutually exclusive. The thing is, a lot of male idols we adore are friends with people that have made sexist, misogynistic, and homophobic comments before, maybe even themselves. But truth be told, I won't cancel someone for that. You might as well cancel all male idols then, since I doubt there's a lot of exceptions. Of course there's some, but they're the exception, not the rule. People said it was wrong to generalize an innocent till proven guilty, but I strongly disagree. Denying this is kind of ignorant since it's clearly an ongoing issue. A lot of Asian women can attest to this. You also can't refute years of research and experiences by saying let's give them the benefit of the doubt.
Would I be the a-hole if I dumped my girlfriend over something she did when she was intoxicated that she doesn't remember? I have been with my girlfriend for about 5 months now and everything was going well. We were both happy, or so I thought. We were out drinking together when a guy I grew up with turned up. I have known him for 15 years. We used to like chill when I was 8 and he was 12. I definitely looked up to him a lot. He gave me my first ever joint back in the day, and even 2 years ago he appeared out of nowhere and stopped me from getting jumped. He scared off like 4 or 5 guys by himself who had thrown me to the ground and were kicking me. So overall he's definitely a good dude and has always been good to me. Well, I introduced him to my girlfriend and it turns out she already knew him. Her parents own a tattoo and piercing shop and he went there to get tattoos when he was like 14. The two of them start talking and it seems all chill. I go off with my friend and let them catch up a bit. I leave the bar and head to the shop to get some cigarettes with one of my friends, maybe a 5-minute walk away. I'm gone for maybe 15 minutes. When I come back, my girlfriend is quite a lot more intoxicated and in a bad mood with me. I approach the two of them and she tells me to go away because she's talking to him about his family. He says, "Don't be mean to him, he's a good guy." Then turns to me and says to come sit with him. My girlfriend rolls her eyes and basically scolds me for interrupting. My friend again stands up for me and says it's not a big deal, that they were just talking about what his family had been up to lately. Since I knew his family, it wasn't a problem if I wanted to stay and join the conversation. Just then the bartender comes over and he turns around to start ordering. While he's talking to the bartender, I ask my girlfriend what's up and she just says she doesn't want to talk to me. I ask what her problem is and she basically tells me to just go away. I start getting annoyed, so I turn around and leave to go to the smoking area. I have a cigarette and from here I can see her laughing and joking with my friend, so she's not in a bad mood overall, just with me. After about 3 minutes they joined me outside and he brought me a drink. This is where the issues really start. While we are sitting down and chilling, my girlfriend starts going on about how big my friend's arms are. And yeah, they are huge, he's a personal trainer, but I don't feel like that exactly needs to be discussed. My friend sort of dismisses it and says, "Nah, I'm like obese right now." He definitely is still in great shape, he's just bulking, but then my girlfriend goes on to say how she prefers a little belly on guys and abs make her feel sick. This pisses me off, because I am a fairly skinny guy, and I have abs. My friend says he hates it when he doesn't have abs, and my girlfriend is like, "No, you definitely look great anyway." My friend just laughs and says thanks. A little later on we are at the bar again, and my girlfriend grabs his arm and says Jesus Christ and starts squeezing it. We both sort of look at her as if to say what the F, and she says sorry, I'm just intoxicated, I couldn't help myself. About 10 minutes after that, she keeps making jokes/comments to the two of us about threesomes, swapping partners, my friend has a girlfriend, and that sort of stuff. At first we laughed it off, but it gets to the point where my friend sort of has had enough/puts his foot down and says it's not happening. My girlfriend laughs and says she was just joking. My final straw is like 20 minutes after this she randomly just bites and then licks his arm. She's pretty wasted at this point and we're both like, what the F is even happening? She just starts laughing hysterically and again says, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself." My friend excuses himself to the toilet and I ask my girlfriend what the F her problem is. She says she's just having fun and I say, "No, you're trying to F my friend." This sends my girlfriend livid and she starts accusing me of trying to F her friend, who introduced us, who I grew up with and is like a sister to me, which she knows. Then tells me she doesn't want to talk to me and storms off. I go outside and she's sitting with my friend and the people who he had come with. I head over and she loudly says, "Oh, just go away." My friend and his friends all say I'm fine and to sit down. My girlfriend just rolls her eyes and goes off to the toilet. Shortly after, my friend pulls me to the side and I ask him what the F is going on. He says he is just as confused as me, and says that even though my girlfriend is his type, there's no way he would go there due to his loyalties to me and his own girlfriend. He then informs me that my girlfriend had invited him and all his friends back to hers for an after-party when the bar shuts. He says he wanted to make sure I was going to be there and he didn't want to go if I wasn't because it would be weird to hang out with my girlfriend without me. I say I'm absolutely going to be there. We all head back and my girlfriend seems annoyed about me coming too, but everyone is refusing to go unless I'm there too. We get in and my girlfriend pulls me in the room and we start arguing again. After 5 minutes my friend texts me and says he and his friends have been invited to a different party, and I can go with them if I want. I decline because I just want to go to bed at this point. They all leave and my girlfriend blames me for ruining the night. We eventually go to sleep. The next day she acts absolutely fine and like nothing even happened. She claims to have no memory of the night before, and refuses to bring it up, saying, "I get bitchy when I'm intoxicated, you already know this." Which is true, she is a bit of a mean intoxicated, but this feels like more than that. I don't know how to confront her when she denies any memory of anything I've written here, and admits she was probably acting bitchy, so I sort of just want to end the relationship, as I'm definitely not okay with it and it is impossible to talk to her. Update, after work yesterday, I called my girlfriend and ended things. I never said why specifically, just that I couldn't see us working out. It seemed pointless since she didn't even remember the issue. She cried and pleaded a lot, but when she realized I wasn't budging she turned hostile and started calling me a pathetic loser. I just hung up because I didn't really want to deal with it after an 11-hour shift. She then went on to text me this: "Ha ha ha, you are effing pathetic. You're too wimp to even break up with your chest. You must think I'm stupid. I know the real reason is because of the other night. Sorry, not my fault, your friend is hotter than you. Being around him and you at the same time made me realize how much I settled and how much more is out there. Have a nice life, honey," followed by "if I hit up, my friend, tonight mind your business," with a kissy face emoji. Then she sent a screenshot of a meme saying, "When you realize you picked the ugliest one in the friend group, so yeah, definitely full of BS. I definitely knew exactly what she was doing and I definitely dodged a bullet." I sent those screenshots to my friend and he called me. He laughed hysterically and said, "Damn bro, you really know how to pick them. But she is delusional if she thinks I'd leave my girlfriend over someone who acts like that. You can be pretty as you want, but if you act like dog poop, you are dog poop, and you can't polish that." We had a good laugh at her expense and he told me to call him if I needed anything. Edit: my ex-girlfriend ended up texting him, "Hey, was good seeing you the other night. Would love to catch up some more X." He just ignored her and sent me the screenshot. How effing tragic. My dad died and my real dad appeared. Sorry if this is incoherent, but my mind is racing right now. My dad died when I was 8 years old. Well, the man I thought was my dad did. My mom dated other men, but she's never remarried or had a serious live-in boyfriend since, so I've basically been without a dad since I was 8. But earlier today this man came into my work. I work at a movie theater in the concession stand, by the way. So this man came in and kept letting people go ahead of him in line until I was done helping the customer I was with. I didn't think anything at first, but this guy was kinda nervous but trying to talk to me. He asked what I recommended to eat and asked what kind of movies I liked. He seemed friendly but shy and I was just being polite and making conversation like we're supposed to do with customers. Anyway, he paid and left and I didn't see him when his movie finished cause it was busy. Or maybe he didn't even watch a movie. I don't know. Anyway, I got off work a little bit ago and when I got home that same man was in my living room talking to my mom and it kinda creeped me out and my mom started panicking when I asked who he was. And she just kept saying he's no one, he's leaving. But the man said he wasn't leaving until we talked and said she needs to tell me the truth. Well, you can guess from the title, he said he's my dad. I just felt this twist in my stomach. My mom started rambling saying my dad that died was my real dad and how much he loved me and took care of me and that this doesn't change that. The thing is, something happened last year that made me question my mom about my dad and my medical history. She said she didn't know anything about it, but today I just yelled at her that she could have told me then and there that he wasn't my biological father, but she didn't. I asked if this man was telling the truth and she just started crying and nodding. I guess I didn't notice at the theater because it was never something I would even think of, but looking at him, it's pretty clear we're related since he looks so much like me. Or I guess I look like him is more accurate. He tried to talk to me and swore he never knew I existed or he would have been in my life. My mom didn't deny any of this. I asked her if this man was dangerous or an abusive ex or something. He was offended and she assured me it wasn't that at all. She wanted to sit down and talk, but I just felt so nauseous and overwhelmed, so I just grabbed my keys and told my mom I was staying at my best friend Josh's house for the night. I came here and Josh was sympathetic and let me vent, but he fell asleep and now I'm just here awake and my brain won't shut off. I feel so betrayed by my mom. How could she not tell me the truth? When I was little I understand, but I'm old enough to know where I come from. It feels so unfair that she denied me a father for half my life. I loved my dad that died. And I still miss him, but I've wanted a father for so long. There's so much I've gone through where I feel like having a dad would have been so much better and easier. I love my mom and she's been incredible in raising me, but it's not the same as having a dad. Especially when this guy is my actual dad and it seems like he would have been there if he knew. I don't know what to say to him. Or to my mom. I know I have to go home eventually, but I just don't know what I'm supposed to say or do. He probably hates me and thinks I'm a crybaby because I cried and stormed out. I feel lost.
Our grandmother kicked us out of our grandfather's funeral and called us faggots. Now I am being accused of making a scene when I took all the food I brought in. My siblings are androgynous in appearance and have rainbow-dyed hair. Neither of us gets along with my dad's side of the family because they are very religious and can be rude and downright homo and transphobic. My grandma uses horrible slurs casually. I have had almost no contact with that side of my family in 2 years. My grandpa died earlier this week, and his funeral was today. It was at this church my cousin is a part of, and trust me, it is weird. For example, lizard people run the government and 5G gives you the virus are kind of strange. My contribution to the funeral was buying and supplying my family's food and drinks, plates, cups, etc. When my siblings walked in, I saw the pastor stare at them. The pastor eventually approached us and asked how we knew the deceased. I said we were his grandchildren. He then asked, "Are you a faggot?" I know he directed it at my sibling, but I also know how sensitive my sibling is to homophobia, so I responded, "If you mean gay, yes, I am gay." He then asked us both to leave. Everyone was watching us, and my sibling was tearing up. I am super protective of them. I told the pastor this was a celebration for my grandfather that I had helped arrange, and I would not be leaving because it was my right to be here. He had a long speech about how he wouldn't have any faggots pushing their agenda at his house of God. My grandma said, "Maybe it's best if you leave," across the room. When she said that, I said, "Fine, we'll go." So my siblings started to cry and got up to leave, but before they did, I got them to help me carry all the food, sandwiches, wraps, veggies, drinks, desserts, I had brought back to my car. My whole family just watched us silently. I don't know what happened after that, but we took a bunch of the food to our neighbor's house and had a picnic with them. My mom and dad were furious after. They said we should not have made a scene because it was for my grandpa and not about us. I had already paid my respects and said my goodbyes to grandpa when I saw him in the hospital before he died, and so had my sibling, and we were only at the church because it was polite to attend. My grandma is a narcissist and has lately been thriving on all the attention her husband's death has given her. She wore an elaborate ball gown style dress to the funeral like she was going to prom, so I'm sure she loved all the attention that my family is giving her since queers stole the food at the funeral. So, am I the a-hole for causing a scene at the funeral and taking back all the food I brought?
Am I the a-hole for telling my girlfriend she is too much of a wild card to marry? I, 27M, have a girlfriend, 27F, who is a bit of a free spirit. Don't get me wrong, she is very intelligent, attractive and has a lot going for her. We've been together 3 years, but the issue I've been having recently is that she is wanting marriage and I see her as such an untamable horse, so to speak. She is a rebellious, free-spirited adventurer who literally packs up and leaves to go on a trip at a drop of the hat. She tells me she's going, and won't go if there are already commitments, but if she can, she is gone. She is financially secure, but she also spends a lot. Asked an emergency fund, all her money goes to travel, taking up a multitude of projects. She woke up one day and decided to enroll in an auto repair course. She is currently getting GIA certified for gemology. She makes jewelry, she works remote, so she literally will pack up and take her work with her when she finds events she wants to go to, etc. She's lived abroad, had a house in the south of France. She speaks 3 languages, goes to Germany and Austria often. She picks up hobbies or skills like they are M&Ms. There isn't anything wrong with it, I guess, but it just feels chaotic. Her biggest flaw is that she is rebellious. She absolutely loathes the traditional route for anything. I went to college and she didn't. She had problems with teachers, which were founded. One abused her, but it's widespread. She quits jobs because she manages better, and she does. She has her own business and a host of side hustles, but it is just, how long does it last? She was asking me if I was ever going to propose and I said I wasn't sure. We argued back and forth a little and she asked why I wouldn't. I was honest and said I saw her as a wild card, that she just takes off a lot. She said she was lucky and could do that. That her friend died unexpectedly in his 30s and she absolutely is not going to go out working a boring 9 to 5 with no life and no experiences under her belt. She left and hasn't spoken to me since. It's been 5 days. She said she needed to think. Am I the a-hole? Am I overreacting?
My golden child brother did something to me. My parents refuse to believe me. My brother and I are only 2 years apart, but my parents make it a huge deal. He's the youngest and the baby in the house, so he can do no wrong, right? I always hated him because he always got to get the new toys, the attention, the praise, all of it. I'd be lucky to get a birthday cake when it came around that time of year. I made it no secret that I didn't really like him and my parents always shamed me about it, but I just don't find this kid to be worth all of their attention. He's got a Justin Bieber haircut, buck teeth, and gets literal no beaches. I'm a girl and I still pull more game with girls than him. He's also a bit of an incel, but my parents don't mind him spending years in his bedroom with nothing but Mountain Dew and a pile of empty Dorito bags. This year though, my parents forced me to share a bed with him in our grandmother's house for the Thanksgiving holidays. The bed was huge though, so I separated our sides with pillows and inched as far away from him on the bed as possible. Halfway through the night, I felt the pillows moving around, and since I was half asleep, I decided to just live with it and move on. A few minutes later, though, I felt someone touching the top of my butt softly. When I moved the slightest bit, the hand shot away so quickly. I was so scared, but I just pretended to be asleep. That's when I felt the bed shaking a little. It went on for like 5 minutes and then stopped, so I fell back asleep and assumed I misunderstood the situation. Just 2 hours later, I felt the bed shaking violently and my brother whimpering quietly. I tried so hard to just act like nothing was going on until I felt him grab at my kitty with 2 fingers. I immediately got the hell up and started hitting him with my pillow as hard as I could. My parents rushed into the room because of my brother's screams, and when they saw the scene, they immediately started yelling at me too. Stop. I told them what happened, but they said that my shorts were showing off my SS, so I must have been asking for it. I was so upset that I called my girlfriend and left in the middle of the night in a taxi. I don't know where to go from here. I ruined my relationship by pranking my boyfriend. I need help. My boyfriend just recently moved into a small town in Texas with his family, while I was born here in Texas. We met in high school, where we only used to meet in the halls of the school and at school gatherings, but we never really noticed each other. About a year after me and my boyfriend's friend group started to hang out more, that's when my feelings towards him grew. He eventually asked me out, and shortly after we started dating. He was the perfect boyfriend and he was always caring and loving. The only problem was that he used to have anger issues and would get jealous easily. It was a little hard at first because he used to get jealous when he saw me with a male friend, but as time went by he stopped being jealous like he used to. So now, me and my boyfriend are in the sitting room having a little quality time together and having some beers. I suddenly asked my boyfriend to tell me a secret about himself. My boyfriend wasn't an open person and he wasn't that open to me, but he's told me some stuff a few times before. He eventually said he would tell me a lot about himself if I told him a secret about me. I found it a little ridiculous that he wouldn't just tell me, but I did what he asked and told him. I thought it would be funny if I told him a lie that I hooked up with one of my friend's boyfriends back in high school because she hated me and she always used to say bad things about me. When I told my boyfriend this, he suddenly went quiet and asked me, "Did you?" I quickly denied it and told him it was a joke, that it never happened, and laughed, but he didn't think it was funny. He suddenly got up and started walking out. That's when I realized that I effed up and ran towards him to tell him it was only a joke. He started yelling at me and accused me of cheating on him, but I reminded him that it was only a joke. I didn't really hook up with anyone, but he didn't believe me and started breaking stuff in our apartment. He yelling and screaming at me. He even went as far as calling me a bitch for cheating on him and telling me to F off. He said that we are over and that he can't be with someone who hooks up with random guys. I felt heartbroken and tried to explain myself to him, but he wouldn't listen. He went to stay at a friend's house and didn't answer any of my calls or texts. I cried myself to sleep for 3 whole nights and he still wouldn't answer my calls. After a week, he called me and told me to meet him at a local restaurant. I asked him how he was doing. He didn't answer me and he wouldn't even look me in the eyes. He stayed silent for a few minutes before saying, "We are over and I don't want you to call or text me ever again." He said that he hates me, finds me disgusting, that I have no self-respect or self-control, and that I'm a terrible partner. Before I even got the chance to say anything, he got up and left there, and never contacted me again. A few weeks later, he posted a photo on his social media page kissing another girl and holding her tits with the caption saying, "I should have left that tramp a long time ago," and he even tagged me in the post. Am I the a-hole?
What's a secret you'll never tell your partner but are willing to tell strangers on Reddit? That she is far more similar to her mother and sisters than she would want to believe. I shite my pants 2 days ago. The wholesome answer? That our youngest son's first word wasn't mama. She was having a busy time at work and already felt guilty about not being home as much. Naturally, he spent most time with me, so his first word was papa. I kept my mouth shut and waited until he said mama and celebrated that as his first word. I faked the first 6 climaxes with her. I just wasn't going to finish due to anxiety, but I knew she'd be so self-conscious to the point of dumping me if I didn't, so I pulled out and finished in a towel or sock. Eventually I got there with her after the nerves calmed, but I'm taking that secret to the effing grave. I've been so depressed lately. I do not like my job. I have crippling anxiety driving into work every day. I'm in 6-figure debt, so I can't leave. I can't provide the life my family deserves, and it's only going to get tighter in coming months. I cry most days. My wife and son are the only things in my life keeping me going. They do make me happy, though it's a sad happy because I feel like I'm letting them down. My wife knows I'm not myself, but I won't tell her how bad things are. I know it will get better, but it's very hard right now. I make a shite load of gibberish vocalizations when I'm home alone. No effing clue why, just some weird fake language I've been spewing since childhood. Transliteration attempt. Sabio niantis karchkivan? Sargo ketsiva, prish? This kind of shite, constantly, in a sort of Russian or Arabic hybrid intonation, almost entirely meaningless and 90% improvised apart from a few words that have attached themselves to specific objects or emotions over the years. I was watching the new Barbie movie recently in theaters. It was a good movie until it became even better. Suddenly at 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 26 seconds in, Ryan Gosling, also known as me, said, "It's time to focus my energy." Then immediately after, he started ripping his clothes off and doing the thug shaker. Me, being a 29-year-old male, immediately started furiously wanking right in the middle of the movie. I started screaming ambachicum uncontrollably while getting closer to the screen, my nostrils flaring up, preparing to make contact with Ryan Gosling's huge, oiled up, smelly As I was getting closer to the screen, still absolutely smashing my chicken into the ground, the scrawny security officer, more like soy boy, called to me, saying, "Sir, you can't wank in a public theater." I simply replied with shooting diarrhea all over him. I had finally reached the screen, and what I said could be heard for miles, instilling fear into every single woman who heard it and filling men up with undying courage. Mbachu kaum, followed by an ocean of yellow and white fluids coming from my mighty meat stick. Am I the a-hole? Me, M15, and my girlfriend, F16, were having sex for the first time. This is her first time and my first time as well. We were having sex for around 30 minutes. I couldn't ejaculate for some reason. I was still hard, but I couldn't nut. During sex, she started asking why I wasn't nutting. I didn't know what to tell her, so I said, "I don't know." I tried really hard, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. She started to feel insecure and asked if I was even attracted to her or not. I love this girl. We've been through some difficult times together, and I wouldn't be the person I was without her. She got me through such a difficult place. I tried letting her know that it wasn't her, it was me. I genuinely felt really bad. She started crying. She stopped and started putting her clothes on. I tried telling her it was me and not her. But she left without saying a word and drove away. I tried texting her, but she hasn't responded, and it's been 2 days. I feel so bad because I truly love this girl, and I want her to stay. I love her and adore her, but I don't know what happened that night. Please help. I kicked my sister out after this. I am 33 and a gay man. My husband, 39, is bisexual on the other hand. My husband is what some would call conventionally attractive, and there's no denying he is good looking. My sister has had a thing for him ever since I introduced them. Something to add is that when our grandmother died, she left the house to me and my sister, but my sister sold it to me, so she has no claim to the house because she lived with her husband at the time and had no need for it. My sister left her husband after he hit her while drunk, and I have been letting her live in our house as it's a 6-bed 4-bath house and we are only 2 people. I was out the last few days as my best friend has his bachelor party. My husband called me at 12 midnight saying that my sister just came in wearing lingerie and tried to seduce him and her in bed, but he shoved her out and called me. When I got home I went straight to my sister and told her to pack her and her son's bag and get out. She tried to claim that it was my husband who came on to her, but I immediately didn't believe her and said she had the next day to get out. She cried that she and her son would be homeless and that this isn't what family does. I just said family also doesn't try to shag their brother's husband and that she should have given that a thought beforehand. She then shifted to the whole divorce card and said she just wants to be close to someone again. I again said that didn't warrant or justify what she did and said she had one day. Am I the a-hole? My boyfriend might be charged for possession of child intimate videos. Me and my boyfriend have been together for nearly 6 years. We share a flat together, we just got engaged this year, and now there's a huge legal situation that might flip my life upside down once again. About a year ago we had police turn up at our door, to talk to my boyfriend. I wasn't home, so everything I know about the situation is hearsay. Apparently, in 2019, my boyfriend's smartphone was caught downloading or accessing child pornography that was under some kind of surveillance. They seized all of his devices and have confirmed their suspicion that his smartphone was the device used. Despite this, they didn't have enough evidence to charge him at the time, and he was let go. He strongly denies the accusations, and it has definitely caused him some serious distress. Since then things went back to normal, but I was not entirely sure if I trusted his innocence. Perhaps he did it entirely by accident? He is a bit of a dunce sometimes when it comes to technology. I just rationalized it, and with the police seemingly giving up it quelled any negative thoughts about it. Then, just yesterday, he gets a call from the police. They believe they now have enough evidence to charge him with possession of child intimate videos. He will be receiving a court summons soon in the mail with his court date. He has the option to contest the charge or plead, but he hasn't decided yet. He's never seemed like he's interested in kids. Nothing he's into intimately indicates that. I've never caught him looking at any intimate videos that isn't super vanilla normal stuff. He's certainly not the kind of person who knows how to navigate the dark web. Yet I'm still on the fence on whether I actually believe him, since I know that I'm biased because I love him. He hasn't admitted to anything since he got the call and he still denies he did anything wrong. If he's charged in court he'll undoubtedly be put on the Intimate Offenders Registry. He may be imprisoned. It'll probably be in local news. He'll definitely lose his job because the work he does might now pose a danger to children. If he fights it there's probably gonna be huge legal fees. I just got made redundant a few weeks ago, I'm completely broke. If he's jailed I can't afford to keep my home by myself, and I will be homeless for the 4th time in my life. I really don't want to be known around my town as that one who got engaged to a child lover. I really don't like the possibility that people will think I knew he was a child lover the whole time. I really don't want it to be true, but even if it isn't and he still gets charged it impacts me negatively in a lot of ways. He isn't the only one who's suffering over it. It's very distressing, and obviously since it's such a sensitive matter I can't talk to anyone close to me about it without just spreading drama. I can only talk to my boyfriend about it. I have had an extremely difficult life and I don't know if I have enough soul left to handle this situation alone. I don't know what to do or where to start, I am genuinely lost. If anyone has anything helpful to say or a similar experience to talk about that would be very much appreciated.
My daughter's biological father ran and abandoned her when she was born. 14 years later he's back thinking he can be a dad. 15 years ago I was in a relationship with a really sweet guy and ended up getting pregnant just a few months into our relationship. I was really scared because neither of us was ready for marriage or having a kid together, and was counting on his support. Even my friends agreed that he is the best choice for a father to my child. Unfortunately, none of us had any idea as to what kind of man he was. When I told him I was pregnant, his reaction was to not take me seriously at all. He thought I was joking and told me to cut it out. I was hurt because I would never joke about something like this. When I showed him the positive pregnancy test as proof, all color drained from his face. He told me he needed a moment to deal with his thoughts alone and left my apartment. That night, I called him more than 20 times and texted him just as much, but he didn't give me any response. He also blocked me from all social media and just completely disappeared. I knew he had decided to abandon his child, but I didn't want to accept it and kept hoping that he would come back. Unfortunately, he never did. I was lost, but my ex-boyfriend, who had a son himself, comforted me and told me I needed to get it together for my unborn baby. Thankfully I listened to him, because the moment I found out I was having a girl was one of the happiest moments of my life, even if her biological father wasn't present. I ended up getting together with my ex because he expressed the desire to parent her from the first moment he learned of her existence. He was in the hospital when she was born, signed her birth certificate, we gave her his last name, and he has been her father her entire life. We're not together anymore, but we have a good co-parenting relationship and never had to go to court over it. When my daughter was 13, meaning last year, I broke the news to her about her biological father and the dad she's always known. It was obviously very shocking to her, but I considered that a necessary step in my parenting. I told her that if she was curious about her biological father or wanted to know more or speak to him, it was perfectly fine, but I also let her know how he had ghosted me and so I didn't know how to contact him. Fortunately, she had zero interest then and still has zero interest now in having anything to do with him. Now, I thought that after that, a stable life lay ahead of me, but I was wrong. About 3 months ago, he contacted me out of the blue. He didn't even offer an apology for disappearing and abandoning me and only asked about his son, which he didn't even know was a girl. I told him a few things about her, but also said that she had no desire to speak with him or have a relationship with him. When he tried to add her and reach out to her on social media anyway, It upset my daughter, so I blocked him and cut off any contact. She blocked him as well, by her own choice. Yesterday I got a call out of the blue from a guardian ad litem and found out that bio dad filed a paternity suit. He didn't have my address, so I haven't been served yet, but the guardian ad litem got our information from my daughter's school. Right now, it's only a paternity suit, but I'd assume he'd have some kind of further motivation once he's proven to be her biological father. But what kind of rights could he possibly get? He was immediately notified when I found out I was pregnant over 15 years ago, and given the opportunity to parent, which he declined. He willingly abandoned both of us, and thinks that he can come back at any time and be a dad. Sadly for him, I won't let him do as he pleases.
My friend with benefits girlfriend won't accept he's cheating on her, even after showing proof. I used to have a friend with benefits when I was 18, Dan. We mostly sent stuff since we lived an hour away from each other and didn't really have the time to meet up, but during that time we became close friends and told each other almost everything. Until I got a boyfriend, that is. Dan eventually got a girlfriend, who I'll be calling Faith. Faith was a super cute and polite girl who also happens to have some friends in common with my little brother, so I've met her a few times before she started dating Dan. I eventually broke up with my boyfriend due to a lot of reasons that I won't go into and picked up contact with Dan again since I kinda missed our little chats. That's when Dan told me he had been texting with another girl, which led me to believe it was over between him and Faith, and we started texting like we used to, sending pics and all of that. When Dan afterwards told me he still dated Faith, I felt horrible, so I texted her everything and told her what had happened. Faith didn't believe a word of what I was saying. I sent her multiple screenshots of our conversations and pictures he had sent me. She kept asking for more evidence until it came to a point where I just gave up. About a month later, one of my closest friends told me Dan had been texting her, asking if she would be up to send him pics. My friend told me she had sent Dan pics since he said he was single, which I know he wasn't. This led to my friend texting Faith and telling her what had happened, but once again she didn't believe a word of it and said that he's a way too good guy to do anything like that. This time Dan blocked my number and all of my social media accounts. Faith didn't block me or my friend. At one point a few months after all of this, I was in need of help from Dan with some music stuff, so after a lot of thought I texted Faith to ask if she could ask Dan to contact me and if she was comfortable with it. She then asked about the cheating and if I had any proof of it and if Dan and I ever met up in person. I told her that I didn't have more evidence than what my friend and I had been giving her, and that Dan and I never met up in person for as long as they had been dating. She proceeded to tell me that I'm a big fat liar and should go and die because Dan would never do that, and then she blocked me. I know that Dan and Faith are still together. Dan unblocked me yesterday and asked for pics again. What should I do? Should I just have let it be and never said anything to begin with? I know it won't do anything to try to talk to Faith again, and I don't believe it will help to talk to Dan.
My entitled sister and her family take advantage of my rich autistic husband. I've had enough, so I cut contact with them and told them to stop acting like beggars. My family thinks that my husband being autistic is perfect, especially my sister and my brother-in-law. Since my husband comes from a well-off family, they feel entitled to ask him for any luxury they want to have. If they want an elegant dinner in a fancy restaurant with all paid, they ask my husband. Any material thing they want to have, they will ask my husband. Thanks to that, I had to block them on my husband's phone to make sure they could only talk to him in my presence so that I could control the things they ask for and just say no. They think that I'm a beach because I'm enjoying all his money and that I'm selfish because we're a family and we should share it all. I just ignore them because I'm not wasting his money, and I'm always trying to help him. I know that he loves my family, and if it were for him, he would give them the world, but it's not fair. He isn't an ATM. My husband is a high-functioning autistic man, however he tends to perceive small talk and questions as requests. You have to be very specific with the things you ask him to do. For example, if you say that you like his phone and that you plan to get the same one, he's going to gift it to you immediately because he truly believes that's how the world works. It's confusing, but that's how his parents used to communicate with him, and that's how he learned to respond. We are improving a lot, and I know he has the biggest heart, but sadly, this has led to people taking advantage of him and taking his things away because he has a hard time saying no. Also, he just doesn't comprehend at first, but if you try to explain to him, he would eventually understand that you just want to talk and not ask him for anything. However, yesterday, my sister, brother-in-law, and my nephew 8 came to hang out with us, which seemed rare, but okay, I let it go. Because my husband was so happy to see them and he really adores our nephew. So while they all were playing, my sister expected me to be their maid because they deserve a day in my life. She would order me around my house to get food, drinks, and stuff. We ended up arguing over this and my husband took our nephew away. They, again, called me a selfish bitch and I ended up asking them to leave and called my nephew. When he came into the room, he had my husband's switch in his hands. He said that my husband gave it to him, which again, was confusing, so I asked my husband if that was true. He said that my nephew asked him if he could keep it and that he said yes. He looked like a beaten puppy and I told my nephew that he couldn't keep it because that belonged to my husband and reminded him of his uncle's condition, that maybe we could give him one for Christmas. My sister and brother-in-law started to argue that if he gave it to him then he could keep it and tried to leave with it. I was honestly tired at this point and just took the switch back and told them to stop behaving like beggars in front of their kid. I've had enough and kicked them out of my house. I texted them not to return and said that they looked pathetic to whoever might know their actions. They blew up my phone, so I blocked them all on my and my husband's phone.
My horrible family is gathering funds for my grandparents' funeral when they haven't seen them for years. I exposed them and now they lost their job. My grandparents passed away recently. I followed the guidelines my grandma set up for her final event. Her church, her burial plot, her casket, and the same for my grandpa. I just didn't expect it to be a joint funeral. I sent out the notifications to friends, theirs and family after the date was set in stone. Their friends all came, so did most of my grandma's church, but no family showed up. I wasn't surprised. I hadn't seen most of them in about 4 years. I had a great time with my grandparents' friends, and then I went back home and cried my heart out. I had been their sole caregiver and I didn't know what to do without them. I had taken care of them for 15 years. It started with little things like lifting heavy things and escalated to needing to change the bed twice a night sometimes. I was empty and started to scroll through my grandpa's Facebook to see pictures he posted before his memory went. I found a group, started about 3 years ago, that was being flooded with activity. When I went poking around, I found out it was my mother who was hosting a funeral at her church, and was trying to get final expenses taken care of. I was stunned. Here was the woman I hadn't spoken to since throwing her out of the house for stealing jewelry, and upsetting Grandma terribly by using her Alzheimer's against her. She said to Grandma, "How could you forget my birthday? You promised to give me this." I went to the funeral my mother had planned and listened to the pastor, and then my mother got up to talk. She told everyone how hard it was taking care of them, and something inside me roared to life. I don't remember everything I said, but it did include that she didn't pay for anything for them, not their caskets, not their burial plots, not their cremation, nothing. I told everyone I put them to rest at the funeral Grandma planned herself 4 days prior. I said she'd never paid for any of their care or even seen them for 4 years. I was asked to leave and drove home. Later, a cousin asked me if what I said was true, and when I said it was and I could provide proof, they explained my mother had been taking funds from the family for years to pay for their care at a facility, because they had outlived their insurance policy. They also explained I got a lot of people in trouble because somewhere in the speech, I shouted I had done it all alone for years without any help. A lot of family members used my grandparents as an excuse to get out of work, and had invited their coworkers to the funeral. After hearing my outburst, they were now in trouble for lying as to the reasons for leaving work or missed days. She then went on to ask me about the inheritance and when it would be passed out. I told her that if anyone had earned the inheritance, it had already been taken care of. I thought I was in the right, but now I'm doubting myself after so many cousins and family members are calling to tell me I handled it really poorly. Update: thank you all. I felt I was the soul because of how badly I reacted at the memorial service my mother held. It was very far out of character for me. I am usually very quiet and I don't talk too often, much like my grandpa. I screamed at them, I cried, I waved my arms, and made an absolute spectacle of my grief. I feel so embarrassed by how I argued and carried on. Several family members are asking questions and seem genuinely bewildered by the circumstances. One of my uncles lost his job. He had multiple schemes going on at his workplace with a need for a medical lift bed for Grandma, and got his coworkers to donate around $8,000 in total. The gossip queens that attended the funeral told everyone Monday morning, and by Monday afternoon he was in trouble with HR. This wasn't the only way he tried to earn funds. There are at least 2 others I know about from his son. His son, my cousin, is furious with his dad and my mom. He and several other cousins of mine are suing my mother for taking funds from them. They thought they were helping pay for 24-hour care at an assisted living facility. Every month my mother was collecting between $2,000 and $9,000 from family members. She would lament to them how hard and soul-crushing it was to see such strong people just staring vacantly off into space, how they were unresponsive, but this wasn't true. My cousins apologized for not reaching out to me, but I'm not very close with anyone in my family. I was an affair baby. I came out wrong and my mother's husband divorced her over it. The people I was closest to growing up were my grandparents. It's bad enough that some of the cousins forgot I was a family member at all. It's a huge mess. They're apologizing, but I just don't want anything to do with them. My friend asked me to break up with my girlfriend. I've been dating my girlfriend for a year now and she's met all my friends. They say they adore her and she's the best. I'm glad they're all fond of her. The problem started when my friend texted me telling me to break up with my girlfriend. The two have never had any issues with each other, none that I know of anyway. My girlfriend and I value communication in our relationship, so when I received the message, I was confused and wondered why she never discussed this with me, assuming they really have a problem with each other. My initial confusion turned to anger when I received the second message from my friend. He said they've been texting a lot and the two have grown close. I found this hard to believe because my girlfriend doesn't even like texting people all that much. Before we started dating, she rarely initiated the conversation and was always the first to leave the conversation. Her and my friend barely even talk when we all hang out in a group. She tends to stick to me, which I don't mind, so I don't know what fed my friend's delusions. He said he feels a connection with her and she would be much more happy with him. I immediately told him he was crazy and stupid if he thought I was going to break up with my girlfriend just because he's delusional. He insisted he would be a better boyfriend for her and that's when I blocked him. I wanted to text my girlfriend about him but figured it was a conversation worth having in person. When I saw her the next day, I sat her down and asked her how she felt about my friend. She instantly laughed so loud, which I'll admit I did feel relieved after that. She said she doesn't know him well to judge him accordingly and stuck with saying he seems cool at least. I immediately thought of my friend saying they've grown close and at that point, I wasn't sure who was telling the truth. I decided to be honest with her and show her the conversation with my friend to see if I could get a confession if it was true. She laughed again and proceeded to show me the messages with her and him, and he was basically talking to himself the entire time. He would text her every day and he got lucky once or twice when she did decide to respond, but even then, the responses were dry. She didn't even give him the time of day. As we're laughing about the situation, my girlfriend received an ultimatum from my friend. She can either stick with me or be with my friend. We both made the decision to block him and cut him out of our lives. He went from being delusional to downright desperate and a creep. People are weird.
For more stories, head over to my YouTube channel, link in bio.
My cheating wife got pregnant and said that it's a good thing because we can be a family. 7 years later, She came back and demanded that I pay her child support. 7 years ago I was married to my dear ex. I thought we had a great relationship prior I received a nice inheritance. I used the money first to buy a condo for us to live, a new car for her because hers was falling apart as a thank you for her constant support over the years, and the rest went to starting my own company. I thought we loved each other, we had talked endless times about kids, and we both wanted a family. One day when I came home from work, she was seated on the couch and signaled for me to sit with her. Then she told me she was pregnant. I was happy for like half a millisecond, when I realized about the impossibility of this happening because we were both cis women. I started to cry for what it meant. Then she started to cry and say sorry but that this could be a good thing now. Incredibly I asked how on earth could this be a good thing. She said that this could be the perfect opportunity for us to have the family we always wanted. I didn't have the energy to argue at that moment, so I packed some things and told her I was going to be staying with my cousin for a few days and come back to talk. I was a complete disaster with my cousin for a week, then I returned, said I wanted a divorce, packed all the rest of my things while she tells me that she can't do it without me and that I'm abandoning our child. I said nothing. I couldn't speak, I didn't have it in me to do anything but pack and leave. In the divorce I let her have the condo, her car, she demanded alimony, I gave it to her for a year even though she wasn't really entitled to it, she demanded child support but was denied for obvious reasons. A year later it was done. A month before the divorce was finalized, I met a woman. I wasn't sure about dating but my friends encouraged me to get back out there, so I did. It was slow. I told her about my past, she felt really bad for me. We went on dates, we kissed, then she stopped responding to my texts and calls for a week. I didn't know what was happening, she then showed up at my home looking sad. She tells me she's pregnant, to which I think not again. But she quickly explains that she found out a few days ago, she had an appointment that day and was told she was about 16 weeks along, that she did not cheat since we had known each other for 3 months, that she knows this might be somehow triggering for me, that she really likes me but understands if I want nothing to do with her and left. Ultimately I couldn't let her go, and we stayed together. The whole ordeal was a bit confusing at first but we worked it out. Now my company is on the rise and it's been for years. We bought a house, got married, had 2 more kids, a dog and a cat, her family loves me, my family loves her. But then last Saturday my ex had to appear again. We are in a family gathering on my wife's side, when she showed up to my wife's aunt's house to expose me as a horrible person who abandoned her wife and child and left them with nothing to go start a new family with a whore and raise someone else's child, and that since I have money I have to start paying the overdue child support. Apparently she befriended my wife's cousin's wife in PTA, told her about me, she gave my name and wife's cousin's wife was shocked and appalled by my actions and decided they were going to confront me in the family gathering for everyone to hear and show them the evidence. My wife tried to argue back but was cut by her aunt and in not a very nice way kicked us out with a promise to take my treatment of my ex public and ruin my company. We left stunned, and my wife vowed she was going to start World War III if anyone dared to slander me. On Sunday morning we got a call from my wife's dad to talk about what the texts and voicemails they were receiving were about. We went over for lunch and explained everything that happens. They knew I got divorced in the past but I never told them why. They were understanding of the situation, but my mother-in-law still said that since I do have money I should help my ex out, pay the child support, get her a place if she needs it and be a parental figure in my ex's daughter's life after all the child was conceived during your marriage. She has some odd spiritual beliefs. My wife is now mad at her mom for saying that. I got all the documentation about the divorce, I made copies and handed them to my wife's family and made sure everyone could see the whole thing. I got some mixed reactions. There were people who told me they knew my ex was clearly crazy from the beginning and said next to nothing because they thought it was obvious but that those who believed her were just as crazy so talking to them would be like talking to a wall so they just move on. They did apologize for not saying anything, they didn't think it could be so detrimental to me when it's clearly fake. I'm not mad at them now. Others did believe my ex at first because she had evidence, but after showing them my documents they apologized profusely, and said they would support me suing her and be witnesses and such. I filed a restraining order, the temporary one was denied, but I have a hearing schedule. Then Saturday happened. I took my kids to the mall to buy some things for summer. When I'm finishing unloading the trunk I hear Mommy? I turn around and there was a little girl standing there. I was confused, the girl seemed scared. Then I see my ex approaching. She tells the girl, yes, that's what she was supposed to be. The girl was still in silence for the rest of the exchange, but my ex went off on me. She said, I can't believe you wouldn't want to be in her life. She's an amazing kid, an innocent kid that did nothing wrong. You just abandoned her, and for what? For a random whore who sleeps with everyone, gets pregnant and then makes you responsible for her kid. I asked, wasn't it you who tried to do that? Her reply was, I was not a random chick, it was different. Me, yeah, the difference is that she did not cheat on me and I chose to be responsible, she didn't try to force me. X, that doesn't make it fair. How could you not think of my daughter when you bring kids from the street and care for them? Your kids go to private school while I have to move for her to go to the school I want her to go to. Is she invisible to you? I said, you leave or I call the police. She told me, as if you would do that, just be reasonable for once and we won't have any more problems. Then my wife came out of the house. She said that she already called the police. The police showed up, we talked to them, showed them footage, even footage from my car. I filed again for a temporary restraining order and it was approved. I'm suing her ass. Basically, there was silence for about 2 weeks, and then I got a call that she attempted to cash out a fake check in my name. I have no idea how she found my bank, but just like the fertility clinic documents, the check was clearly fake and didn't fool the clerk. She was arrested immediately. Right now, she's in a psychiatric facility receiving treatment. I'm not sure how long she'll stay there, but when she's out, she's going to trial for check fraud, and from what I've been told, it doesn't look good for her.
Bullies who felt bad for what you did and eventually tried to say sorry. How did it go? During my teens, me and a few other girls were really mean to a girl in the same sports team as us. It was only physical for a couple times since it was a team sport. For most part it was all about excluding her and gossip, so it was mostly psychological. There wasn't really anything wrong with her, but she did stand out. She was way taller than the other girls, 6'3", kind of a nerd, played a lot of video games, didn't care about clothes and makeup, and wasn't very social. There was nothing wrong with her looks either. She was actually rather pretty. Guess it was a nail that sticks out gets hammered down kind of situation. It started out pretty innocently, sometimes talking behind her back, not passing the ball to her, cutting her out of a team picture, laughing while she walked past, making motions towards her, you know, the usual bully stuff. At first it seemed like it didn't do much to her, but after a while you noticed that she became a bit more awkward socially. She never talked much in the first place, but she became a lot quieter after that. This one day we were talking about her in the dressing room because we knew she could walk in at any moment. When she walked in we told her that we were talking about her and she replied with all good I hope. And then some other girl said nope. She kept her head high but she also looked rather angry. This kind of thing would go on for months and she stopped attending practice more and more. Then this one time during training we did a practice game and she turned a bit too fast and hurt her leg pretty bad. We continued for a bit like nothing happened and the trainer had to help her up. While she was limping some jokes were made. Sometimes I think back on that moment and cringe really hard. Can't believe I acted that way. Anyway, so it turned out, she hurt her hamstring pretty badly and needed physical therapy for a couple weeks. What happens next? Rumors start flying that the reason why she wasn't attending practice and games was because she had the kissing disease. A few parents even walked up to her and asked her about it. Typical bullying tactics. Couple months after that she started playing for a team for a lower division and then quit altogether. This is actually the saddest part because she was really good. She could easily use tricks to pass opponents and was very good at reading the game. I think her using skill moves to get past our teammates during practice might have been a reason why some people didn't like her. Before she quit there were tryouts to join a regional team but she wasn't selected because she missed too many practices. That was the last time I saw her until I attended her brother's birthday party at their house. This was like 6 years later. It took me a lot of courage to go and I almost didn't. When I was at the party she was nowhere to be seen so I thought she wasn't there but then I heard someone say that she was in her bedroom. With my heart in my throat I went upstairs, knocked on her door and took a step into her room. She looked surprised to see me to say the least. She asked me what I wanted and I told her that I wanted to talk to her. I apologized several times and told her that I was really ashamed of the way I acted. She thanked me for apologizing and then asked me what I was up to. We talked for a couple minutes and then I left. Now the thing is, you would think that apologizing like that would make one feel better, right? Well, that's not the case. She looked really tired. I mean, really tired. She had some pretty big bags under her eyes. I mentioned this to a friend of mine and he then told me that it wasn't going that well for her. Her brother told him that she was seeing a therapist for depression and anxiety, and that she even used to have panic attacks. Then a few years down the line, I heard from a mutual friend she had taken her life. Rest in peace, kind soul.